This is breaking news.
That the Republican Party would take the Biden budget that they've attacked for a year and celebrate it as fully funded. I know who I'm dealing with now. Here's what Reagan told the Russians: trust but verify. I will never, ever trust again because you got an R behind your name that you're going to be the party of Ronald Reagan. You have to prove that to me. So as we go forward, the game will change. Why is she asking this to be done? If we don't commit to an orderly appropriations process, it gets worse for the Defense Department. The people who wrote this bill, I would not let you buy me a car. The provisions of sequestration, for lack of a better word, the continuing resolution, if we don't do our legislative business, increases non-defense spending, decreases defense spending. I thought we were Republicans. Who came up with that great idea? The top line is inadequate. The CR is devastating. And what bothers me the most is that we would put the Department of Defense in this position. We're playing with the men and women's lives in the military, their ability to defend themselves, as some chess game in Washington. Well, this is checkers at best. The fact that you would punish the military because we can't do our job as politicians is a pretty sad moment for me. But people in this body, on my side of the aisle, have drafted a bill that would punish the military even more if we fail to do our basic job. That cannot be the way of the future. So I will insist, or we'll be here to Tuesday, and I'll make a amendment to avoid default for 90 days, ever how many days it takes to get this right. I don't want us to default on the debt, but we're not leaving town until we find a way to stop some of this madness. So you're not going to be able to blame me for default because I'm ready to raise the debt ceiling right now for 90 days, no strings attached, to give us a chance to stop this insane approach to national security. I'm supposed to talk to President of Ukraine this afternoon. I'd like to be able to tell him something. Oh, by the way, you've done a hell of a job with the money we've given you. Not one soldier has died. The weapons used by Ukraine has punished the Russians' military. They're weakened and bloodied. They're about to take back territory. He's wondering, well, what does this mean for the future? I want to try to be able to tell him I've got an assurance from this body, we're not going to leave you hanging. It is in our interest to beat Putin. I don't like war any more than anybody else. But if Putin gets away with invading Ukraine, there goes Taiwan. And if you don't get that, you're just out of touch. They have a chance to evict Russia from Ukrainian territory. They need more military help, not American soldiers. If Putin loses, it's a deterrence for China. If Putin doesn't lose, he'll keep grabbing territory until we have a war between Russia and NATO. This is a big, big, big deal. Iran is coming up with a plan, apparently, to drive us out of the Mideast. I mean, that just came out today. China is building, as Senator Collins said, they're going from 340 ships to 440 ships by 2030. We're going from 296 to 290. That can't be the response to China. You cannot say with a straight face that this military budget is a counter to Chinese aggression, that it adequately allows us to defeat Putin. You cannot say with a straight face that this budget represents the threats America faces. A military budget should be based on threats, not political deals to avoid default. Nobody wants to default. We're not going to default. But I'm tired of having default hanging over my head as a reason to neuter the military at a time we need it the most. To the American public, you would suffer if we defaulted. I get it. If this budget is the end of the discussion and we don't fix it, your sons and daughters are going to have more war, not less. You're going to send a signal to all the bad guys that we're all talk. And what you will be doing is putting the world on a course of sustained conflict rather than deterrence. The last time people did this was in the 30s. They wanted to believe that Hitler wasn't serious about killing all the Jews, that he only wanted some land, that he really didn't want to take over the world. He wrote a book and nobody believed him. The Iranian Ayatollah speaks every day, I will destroy the state of Israel, that we're infidels and he's going to drive us out of the region. China openly confronts our planes, 400 feet yesterday. They're testing us every day. Bottom line, folks, we're not leaving until we get a path to fix this problem. Susan Collins, my good friend from Senator Collins from Maine, gave us that path. If you want to go home, fix it. I yield.
Under the previous order, the joint resolution is considered read a third time. The question occurs on passage of the joint resolution. There's been a request for the yeas and nays. Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The yeas and nays are ordered, and the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun.
Yes.
Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, I got you, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema. Yeah, that's it, yeah. Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Braun, Collins, Cornyn, Cruz, Graham, Haggerty, Lee, Paul, Sinema, Sullivan, and Vance. Senators voting in the negative: Hassan, King, Murphy, Murray, Schatz, Schumer, Stabenow, and Whitehouse. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Romney, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Rubio, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Boozman, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mrs. Feinstein, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Cardin, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Warnock, No. Mr. Mullen? Aye. Ms. Cantwell? No. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye.
Mr. Carper, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Menendez, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Rono, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Hoven, Mr. Hoven, aye.
No.
Mr. Langford, aye. Ms. Smith, Ms. Smith. No.
42, the nays are 46, and the joint resolution is passed.
Mr. President,
The Majority Leader.
I move to proceed to Calendar 84, H.R. 3746.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 84, H.R. 3746, an act to provide for a responsible increase to the debt ceiling.
I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. President, as we all know by now, yesterday evening, the House passed a bipartisan bill to lift the debt limit and begin the process of reining in our nation's unchecked spending habit. From the time the U.S. reached the debt ceiling in January, it was clear that a compromise bill would be the only way to avoid a full-blown economic crisis, which is what would happen if we were not to raise the debt ceiling. With the Democrat-led Senate and a Republican-led House and a Democrat in the White House, bipartisanship was and is a necessity. Now, Republicans, for our part, were clear that any increase in the debt ceiling must come with spending reforms. Otherwise, it would be like you maxing out your credit card and then asking to raise the credit limit so you could borrow more money without having an adult conversation about how are you going to pay the money back. Now, in the real world, that is what would happen. You'd have to have that conversation or there would be no increase in your credit card limit. But only in Washington, only in the nation's capital, would it be even argued that you could raise the debt limit without talking about spending reforms. And what's happened is our national debt has ballooned now to more than $31.4 trillion. That is a number that I doubt that anybody here in the chamber could tell us how many zeros follow that 31.4. And the American people are clearly unhappy with what they see as happening here when it comes to out-of-control spending. A recent poll found that 60% of adults think that government spends too much. And they're right. They're frustrated by the unnecessary and wasteful spending, and they're eager for Congress to do the reasonable, rational thing, which is to begin to get our financial house in order. That's precisely what Republicans demanded throughout this process, necessary fiscal reforms as part of the debt ceiling negotiation. But instead of stepping up, doing his job, acting responsibly, President Biden took a very different approach. He said, I refuse to negotiate. This is the President of the United States with $31.4 trillion in debt. He says, I refuse to negotiate. He went on to say that only a clean debt ceiling increase was an option, and he refused to engage in negotiations altogether. It's helpful to remember that it was in January where we actually hit the debt ceiling, and what's happened since then is the Treasury Secretary has engaged in what's euphemistically called extraordinary measures in order to pay the bills as the money comes in through tax revenue. But now she's told us that the X date, which presumably is the default date after extraordinary measures are exhausted, it would be June the 5th. That's Monday. That's Monday. So the president's known since January that this day would come. He's refused to negotiate, and he's led us into this scenario where, unless Congress acts by June the 5th, we will breach the debt limit and begin to default on paying our bills as a nation. Now, I don't have to remind anybody that inflation, as a result of some of the profligate spending habits of the previous Congress, particularly on our Democratic friends' side, they were happy to spend roughly $2.3 trillion last year on strictly party-line spending votes. But you put enough gasoline on the fire and inflation is going to spiral out of control. That's exactly what has happened. As a consequence, two things have happened. One is that hardworking American families have found their standard of living reduced because they simply can't afford to keep up with the increase in costs as a result of inflation. The second thing that happened is that in order to try to deal with this hidden tax, the Federal Reserves had to raise interest rates, which has slowed down the economy even more. Why in the world would President Biden, as a responsible public official, refuse to negotiate when he knows that the anxiety associated with hitting this X date on Monday is causing even more uncertainty, even more trepidation, even more anxiety over exactly what the future is going to look like? Why would he risk that? So President Biden stuck to his no negotiations, no reforms position for literally months, even though it was painfully obvious that a bipartisan deal was the only way to avoid a further economic crisis. I want to pause for a moment to commend the Speaker of the House, Speaker McCarthy, for his leadership throughout this process. Without a negotiating partner, he did everything in his power and within the power of the House of Representatives to move this process forward. He stood strong behind the need for fiscal reforms and led the House in passing the Limit, Save, Grow, and Grow Act. He lured President Biden to the negotiating table, and he successfully moved a compromise bill through the House. But I think the backstory about Speaker McCarthy's leadership is that President Biden didn't dream in a million years, after the difficult race for Speaker that we saw in January, that Speaker McCarthy would be able to unify Republicans in the House of Representatives and actually pass a bill that raised the debt ceiling. That's what the Limit, Save, Grow Act was. And I think President Biden was shocked that he was able to get that done. And I congratulate him for it. It changed the whole dynamics of this negotiation. But now that the House has acted, the ball is in our court. This chamber will soon vote on the McCarthy-Biden agreement. And now is the time for the Senate to do its job. Our job is not simply to accept or to rubber stamp what the House passed. That's never been the case. We weren't a party to the agreement. Why should we be bound by the strict terms of that agreement? The Senate has not had a say in the process so far, and it's led to serious frustration on both sides of the aisle. This bill didn't go through regular order. In other words, it didn't go through a committee. Members didn't have the opportunity to weigh in or shape the legislation at that level or even the final text. Given the time constraints wholly created by President Biden's delay and refusal to negotiate, this rushed process was completely unavoidable. We didn't have to get on the precipice of a default in order to act. If President Biden had done his job and responsibly engaged in the negotiations that he finally did engage in at an earlier point, months earlier. So the president dragged his feet for several months, leaving the narrowest possible window to reach a deal and avoid a further crisis. This is not how this should have played out. But that doesn't mean that our hands are tied behind our backs here in the Senate. The Senate's not required, as I said, to rubber stamp the House bill. We have the opportunity to amend this legislation and make it better. I share the concerns expressed by the ranking member of the Senate Appropriations Committee, the senator from Maine, senator from South Carolina, Senator Graham, Senator Sullivan, the senator from Alaska, and Senator Cotton, I believe, has also spoken on that publicly, that the defense number in this agreement is simply inadequate. And it's completely unacceptable to leave in the hands of Senator Schumer, the majority leader, whether or not we actually pass appropriations bills this year, because if we don't, under the terms of the McCarthy-Biden agreement, then we go back into a sequestration with a 1% cut across the board. Now, that may not sound like a lot, but our country is facing more national security threats than we ever have before. Whether it's the challenge in Europe with Russia's unjustified invasion of Ukraine, whether it's the aspirations of the Ayatollah in Iran to build nuclear weapons, whether it's Kim Jong-un in North Korea, or Vladimir Putin, or President Xi. It's easy to see that the threats are not diminishing. They are getting more and more serious, which means that a sequestration of the Defense Department spending by automatic operation of law is unacceptable. So senators on both sides want amendments. Members want to make changes to try to improve the bill. And as I said, the Senate should not be cut out of the process due to President Biden's foot dragging. We still have time before the January the 5th deadline, and the Senate could move through the amendment process fairly quickly. We could do it today. We have ample time to vote on amendments and send an amended version back to the House for final passage. And I might add, there's no reason for the majority leader to block amendment votes. Senators deserve an opportunity to vote on amendments, and I hope the majority leader will not stand in the way of those senators on both sides of the aisle who want to offer amendments and then receive up or down votes. This bill does include some very positive developments, beginning to rein in our nation's spending habits, but it's not a magic pill to cure the federal government's chronic financial troubles. America's $31.4 trillion debt developed over the course of decades. So it's unreasonable to expect we're going to turn that around with the passage of one bill, but we can start, and we should start. And we know the pandemic accelerated these problems. We spent a lot of money necessarily on a bipartisan basis to try to deal with the public health crisis and the economic consequences of the pandemic. But then, as I said, at President Biden's request, our Democratic colleagues abused the rules of the Senate to go on two partisan spending sprees. First came the $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan, followed by the $700 billion so-called Inflation Reduction Act. That's $2.6 trillion more, which gets us up to the $31.4 trillion today. But then they use that money to do everything from fund a supersized IRS to taxpayer-provided subsidies for rich people to buy electric vehicles. So I'm glad that the Speaker was successful, in addition to beginning the long process of beginning to bend the curve when it comes to reckless spending. I'm glad the Speaker was able to agree with the White House to claw back some of that money, including $27 billion in unspent COVID funds, and to redirect a reported $20 billion in IRS funding to other priorities. The Congressional Budget Office estimates this bill will reduce federal spending by $1.5 trillion over the next decade, which is a strong start to fight to right America's financial ship. So as I said, this bill is the beginning of that fight. It's not the end. And I know many of us, including this senator, would like for us to be able to do more. But the fact of the matter is, one bill cannot erase decades of financial troubles. We need to build on the progress made in this legislation in the months and years to come. And of course, the best way to do that is at election time, because it matters who wins elections. It matters who's in the majority. It matters who controls a body of Congress and the White House. But the next big battle will be in the Senate and House Appropriations Committees. As we know, every year the committees are charged with writing 12 separate bills to fund the various components of the federal government. The process of drafting those bills is designed to involve public hearings, committee votes, and rigorous debate. It gives every member of the Appropriations Committee opportunities to shape the individual spending bills and address America's spending habits. And once it gets voted out of committee, then all 100 senators should have that opportunity to shape and improve the legislation. Once these bills are completed, they're supposed to pass both chambers and be signed into law by September the 30th every year. But that didn't happen in 2021 or 2022. The Democratic Senate Majority Leader refused to allow us to pass a single appropriation bill last year, forcing us into the ugly process of considering and passing an omnibus appropriation bill. That's not the way this is supposed to be done. Congress cannot continue to operate like this with bloated budgets, last-minute spending bills, backroom negotiations. That is no way to gain the public's trust or to run the federal government. We need to return to a transparent and regular process where every elected member of Congress has the opportunity to participate in budgeting and deciding what the appropriate expenditure of taxpayer dollars should be. So we've known this date was coming since January. President Biden put us in this difficult situation by wasting valuable time, and he has pushed us to the brink of default. Now, thanks to his delay tactics, the Senate's preparing to vote on a bill that no member of this body had a hand in writing. Given the time crunch, this truncated process was a necessary evil, but it cannot be the norm. We need to return to the processes that were designed to promote smart and responsible spending. Hearings, committee votes, and public debate are absolutely critical. For today, senators deserve the opportunity to amend this bill, and as I said, to make it better if they can. But all of our colleagues have a right to have a say in this process, and I urge the Majority Leader to allow that process to go forward with the up or down amendment votes. Mr. President, I yield the floor. I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr.
President, I want to spend a few minutes here on the Senate floor discussing the debt ceiling agreement reached between the Republican majority in the House and the Biden White House, the Fiscal Responsibility Act, the bill that presumably we will be further debating, perhaps amending, and voting on yet today or tomorrow. I fully recognize that governing in a divided government is a challenging amount of work. The American people have given us that circumstance. This circumstance requires negotiation, finding common ground. Otherwise, we can do nothing. Unfortunately, President Biden, for way too long, he refused to negotiate with House Republicans, refused for months to negotiate with House Republicans, I suppose in an effort to intimidate Republicans and pass an unaltered debt ceiling increase. This would have opened the door for more Democratic majority spending, in fact, spending even more money with perhaps no, certainly fewer strings attached. Fortunately, that tactic did not work, and the House Republicans acted to pass their own debt limit legislation. Without a realistic plan, a plan that could pass the Congress, the Biden administration finally conceded and negotiated with House Republicans to create a deal, the deal that's before us now. My view, defaulting on the national debt would send a message that we are a nation that cannot be trusted to pay our bills. A default would be highly dangerous to our national security and to our currency and to our economy. China and other countries, those countries that are on the fence in today's world, they're watching. They're watching how the American government operates. They want to diminish our role in the world. China would love for our standing in the world to be damaged due to default, for the United States and its economy to be in chaos. It is vital to our economy and to our national security that we do not default and that we preserve the U.S. dollar as the primary currency, the reserve currency, not the yen or any other country's currency. The implications of what happens here today in regard to default has a consequence upon our national well-being vis-a-vis the rest of the world, and most importantly, determines the relationship we have with other countries and the role that China is able to further play in the world order. China and these countries that are on the fence are watching. It's time, it's vital to our economy and national security that we do not default and that we preserve that dollar. The Fiscal Responsibility Act isn't the legislation that I personally would introduce. It does not sufficiently cap long-term discretionary spending. It continues to tie our defense budget to spending less than the rate of inflation. And it fails to address reforms needed to mandatory programs. But it does accomplish key conservative priorities that will benefit America and help put our nation on a better path toward fiscal responsibility. Reckless spending, in addition to the debt ceiling issue, reckless spending can be also the demise of our country's well-being. And endless deficit spending will eliminate the American dream for many Americans, and the American dream is seen by the rest of the world. As a fiscal conservative, the federal government must spend less, must grow its spending less rapidly, must set limits on our appetite, and must stop wasteful spending. Our nation has had a spending problem for the last several decades, probably even longer than that. It used to be that everyone understood that deficit spending was a damaging thing to the economy. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, perhaps the first progressive president, understood that the World War II had to be paid for. It was a given that we paid our bills. with nearly current revenue. It seems over time that many, particularly in my view, in the Democratic Party, decided that deficit spending was not that much of a problem. And I worry that too often Republicans want to look the other way as well. We accelerated that spending during COVID. Perhaps with the uncertainty of what COVID meant to us, government spending rose rapidly, and we spent too much money. But Congress was slow, even as COVID returned to the rearview mirror. We were too slow to turn off that COVID spending spigot. Coupled with reckless tax and spending sprees driven by the Biden administration, out-of-control spending has led to record-high inflation. Inflation is like a tax on every American and is damaging to the poorest among us. Here in Congress, we talk about spending in terms of millions and billions, sometimes even trillions. But folks back home in Kansas talk about spending in dollars and cents. And for everyday Americans, those dollars add up, make it harder to buy the groceries, to pay the rent, or to put gas in their vehicles. We see it every day in our family, and I hear about it from everyday Kansans all the time. Reducing inflation requires reductions to spending. It is the cause of inflation is when we spend more than we have to spend and we borrow money, pumping more federal spending, government spending into the economy. However, we need to fulfill the most important responsibility to the federal government, and that is to protect and defend our nation and to keep our promises to those who served in the military that defends us. My colleagues and I on the Senate Committee on Veterans Affairs have consistently said we would provide the VA with the funding it needs to provide care and services to the men and women who've served our nation. I've heard it said many times here in the Senate and elsewhere that it's too easy for us to go to war and never easy enough for us to pay for the bills for those who sacrificed so much during war. The debt ceiling deal delivers on our commitment to support veterans. The deal also secures the full funding of the toxic exposed veterans that was authorized by the just recently passed PACT Act. In regard to government waste, this legislation will slow the rate of spending and recoup unspent funding, starting with COVID funds to the tune of billions of dollars. The pandemic is basically behind us, and there is no reason for us to keep spending under the rubric, under the title of COVID relief funding. Additionally, this legislation will cut significant funding to the Biden administration's plan to hire thousands of additional IRS agents. I'm an appropriator, and I've long been an advocate for what we around here call regular order, what folks back home would just call doing your job. I've been an advocate for us passing. The way this process is supposed to work is we have a budget that outlines how much money we can spend, what the revenues are to pay for it, and then we divide that money that we're going to spend in discretionary spending up among 12 bills that the Appropriations Committee and ultimately the Senate and the House and the President then have something to say about. I've been an advocate for passing those separate 12 bills. We haven't done that very well many times. For far too long, we've relied on continuing resolutions and massive omnibus packages to fund our government. Those omnibus packages allow for a small group of members of Congress to make major decisions for the rest of us. It adds to the uncertainty of what's in a bill when it's such a massive piece of legislation, and it creates, rightfully so, cynicism among my constituents about what's in there, and did you read the bill? These measures, the way we do it, the way we have done it in the past, are not good government, and they lead to the ease of additional spending. It becomes too easy to add something to such a massive bill. This legislation would encourage Congress to do its job by passing 12 separate appropriation bills or face automatic caps on spending. I hope the outcome of whatever happens on this piece of legislation, I hope the outcome with the leadership of the Appropriations Committee that we have today means that we're going to do 12 separate bills, each with the scrutiny of an Appropriations Subcommittee and the opportunity for amendments by all senators on the Senate floor. Working to spend less will help stop this runaway inflation, but this legislation goes a step further by stimulating the economy and protecting Americans from new taxes. Unleashing American energy is a key to reducing energy prices, stimulating our economy, and strengthening our national security. The permitting reforms included in this bill will help get energy projects approved more quickly rather than being bogged down in a set of bureaucratic regulations. Things that should take months or a few years hopefully will be the case and not take years or decades. Raising the debt limit is not something I or any of my colleagues should take lightly. Why have a debt ceiling if it's just automatically increased every time it's met? Don't we wish that would work in our credit card bills that we receive? We have a limit on what we can spend because sometimes people and always government needs to be told no. We are seeing firsthand the consequence for spending outside our means, and there will continue to be more consequences. But no deal is not a solution either. This is really the clash of a bad outcome of a default and the bad outcome of more spending, more inflation, and a greater challenge to our country and its economy. No deal is not a solution. It doesn't, and defaulting, I can't see any way that that is helpful to Kansans or Americans. The American people elected a divided government. It's what we work in every day here. Democrats hold the White House and the Senate. The House Republicans deserve credit for negotiating a deal with a reluctant president and passing an agreement with reasonable caps on federal spending. This bill represents progress and is that proverbial step in the right direction. We cannot continue to borrow money we don't have and saddle future generations with the consequences. The debate cannot end here, however, with this vote. However, the outcome of this legislation, Congress, we should never have to wait for a crisis, an economic crisis, the debt ceiling, to take fiscally responsible measures. It should be part of a way of life here. Those responsible measures need to become the norm for every member of Congress and for this and every other president. Without a serious long-term plan and subsequent action to reduce spending, we'll be back in this position way too soon and will jeopardize the American dream. It threatens our children and our grandchildren's futures, as well as our nation's ability to defend itself against global threats. I always tell myself that my responsibility as a citizen of this country, not as a senator necessarily, but just as a citizen, is to do what we can do to make sure that the American dream is alive and well, the liberties and freedoms that we enjoy as Americans through the sacrifice and service of many and the wisdom of the Founding Fathers and the Constitution of the United States. Our job is to make certain those liberties and freedoms are protected for people we'll never meet, and that the American dream is alive and well for people today and their children and grandchildren. America still stands as a beacon for others around the world, and there are others who in other countries who are trying to live the American dream. They're envious of what we have, but it's fragile and it can go away. It's our responsibility to make sure that's not the case. We can't let this happen. We have to confront our threats head on. And yeah, it's easy to take a side and defend that side and advocate for that side. It's what we do here. But there are times in which it's necessary for us, for the well-being not of us as individuals or us as elected officials, but for the well-being of the country, to find a way, a path forward. And in today's environment, in today's world, it requires bipartisan cooperation and bipartisan agreement as a blueprint to develop a more fiscally responsible legislative agenda. We'll debate this bill. We'll potentially and perhaps hopefully amend this bill, but our work is cut out for us. The American people deserve us to make the decisions that protect us from our adversaries, keep the American dream alive, and make certain that our children and grandchildren and those we've never met have a brighter future. The issue before us is one of those that has a consequence in all those arenas. I'll work with my colleagues today as we move forward on this legislation to make sure that the outcome is something that advances a cause that's important to me and to the people I represent. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President, years ago, talking like 15, maybe 18 years ago, I was speaking in a town in Oklahoma, and my daughter wanted to go with me, which was great. So we took off. I had reserved a hotel, and so we get there. We're going to just stay overnight, and I'm speaking somewhere the next morning. We arrive at the hotel late that evening, and when I get there and check in, I knew initially we're in trouble. You have that feel when you pull up to the hotel and you think, this may not work. Pull up, check in, but there's no one at the desk. And then it just gets harder as we get to our room. It's dark, lots of light bulbs that are out in the passageway. Get to our room to be able to check in, and actually, when I shut the door and the two of us come in, I shut the door behind us, and the crack underneath the door was so large I could physically see the patio and the balcony and everything else. outside, and it was so loud because it was right next to the highway, I thought, we're in trouble. This is just not going to work. So we ended up packing everything up and just going to search and find another place and thinking, well, there's no way we'll both be able to sleep. Now, why do I tell you that silly story? Well, when we were traveling and heading there, we anticipated one thing, and then we got there and went through the details, and it ended up being different. I have to tell you, this past weekend, when I read through the 99 pages of the debt ceiling bill, I would read through a section of it, and I would get to the end of that section and be surprised at the except for at the tail end of each section. It's not what I expected when I read through the document page after page. I have to tell you, we're a nation that leads the world. We're the world's largest economy. We're to be responsible in how we handle our budgeting in the process. We're to get it right because we're the United States of America. And I've been concerned for quite a while on the trajectory of our spending and have challenged us as a nation to be able to change the trajectory of our spending because we've got to start working back to balance. We can't get to balance in a year. It's going to take a long time to get there, but we've got to get started in this process. And my frustration has been is sometimes we seem to start and then we stop again, and then we start and then we stop again. For the several years that I've been here in the United States Congress, I voted for some debt ceiling increases because they changed the trajectory. And I voted against some because they were status quo or they didn't. I had higher expectations for this one. Now, initially when it came out, it was this is going to save $2 trillion. And then it slowly got downgraded to it's going to save $1.5 trillion. And then when we read the fine print, and everyone's talking about how much it's going to save, I get to the fine print and find out actually it increases spending 3.3% next year, and the year after that it increases spending 1% again. It actually doesn't decrease spending at all. It increases spending, both this year and next year. But then it has the promise of the next 8 years after that it will only grow 1% a year after that every single year, except that's not an agreement this Congress can make. This Congress can only vote on things for this particular session of Congress. We can't commit the next Congress to actions of this Congress. Each Congress stands on its own, and everyone knows that. It sounds good to say it's going to save these trillions of dollars in the next 8 years, except each Congress will actually vote on a budget for the next 8 years, and there's no commitment from future Congresses by this one to do that. In fact, I've been here long enough to be able to see agreements be made for what a future Congress will do that didn't actually happen. And so the $1.5 trillion in savings is only a decrease of the increase of how much we were, quote unquote, planning to spend but actually hadn't budgeted. Because as many people may know, there's not a budget set for the next year of what we were going to spend. So CBO just assumed we were going to increase at least by inflation, and any amount less than inflation is suddenly savings when there was no budget that was actually set. So my first big surprise was it actually doesn't reduce spending, it actually increases spending. The next big surprise comes when I start looking at how even some of the quote-unquote savings are actually managed. There's a supplemental piece that's in this, or a piece that's set aside where it takes what they call rescissions, and I get in a bunch of gobbledygook that is tough for us to all be able to process. But there's about $22 billion that's taken out of items that were COVID spending that's not going to be spent and pulls it over into the Department of Commerce and leaves it there in the Department of Commerce amount and says, we'll decide later how to spend it. Now, I asked the obvious question, isn't this supposed to go to deficit reduction? And the answer came back, well, a few billion went to deficit reduction, but $22 billion actually went over into the Department of Commerce's budget and is being parked there, and they'll have other opportunities to be able to spend those dollars in the future. Well, that's not really a savings on the rescission. There's permitting reform in this, which I'm grateful for. Quite frankly, there's bipartisan support for permitting reform in many areas because we can't get lithium and cobalt. We can't move solar and wind power because of permitting, just like we can't move natural gas and hydrogen in CO2 because of permitting issues. We've got to do major reforms in those areas to be able to make sure that we can actually produce more energy for the future of our country. So when I saw the permitting issues in, I thought, good, we need to get started on some of these permitting issues, except when I read through it, there seems to be a lot of exceptions to it. For instance, there's a 2-year commitment to say if you're doing the more strict environmental impact statement, you've got to get it done in 2 years. Well, unless the administration declares it complex, and then they've got a lot more time. In fact, an infinite amount of time. It limits you to 150 pages for an environmental impact statement, which is good. That actually brings the paperwork down, unless the administration declares it complex, and then it's a whole lot more. It limits the number of pages even, unless it's the appendix. If the administration declares actually these are to go in the appendix, then there is actually no cap, no limit for that. It also says that in this time period piece, that if you get to 2 years for the environmental impact statement, if they don't achieve that, I ask the logical question, if an administration, an agency doesn't get it done in 2 years, what happens? The answer is, well, you have to sue the federal government in that agency to make them do it. And then it has to go through the court system, which, as this body knows, will take 2 or 3 years. And then if the court finds in their favor, then the court can then declare that the agency has another 90 days to be able to get it resolved, unless it's considered complex, and then they have unlimited time. So the permitting piece, as I read through it, I thought, why are there all these exceptions that are out there that give it an out to every single portion of it? There's a section of the bill that talks about what's called administrative pay-go. That's a rule that's existed in some administrations before. Well, they will say if you're going to add a cost to America through an administrative action, you've got to look somewhere else and decrease the cost. Because by the Constitution, only this Congress can actually increase spending. That's not something the administration has the constitutional authority to do. So that's a reasonable rule. So it puts in this administrative pay-go to say if spending is going to increase based on a regulation, it has to decrease somewhere else. That sounds great until I get to the very end of it, and it literally says, unless the director of the Office of Management and Budget considers the additional spending necessary. No restrictions. If it's considered necessary, then they have an unlimited amount that they can do. And even that restriction actually goes away on January the 1st, 20 days before President Biden's term ends. So it's not even all the way through. The last 3 weeks, even that restriction goes away. And I can't figure out why suddenly it gives like 3 weeks of home base without a restriction like that, and why, if we're going to put a restriction in there, why it would end in 2 years anyway. If it's a good idea, it should be a good idea for every president, not just for this one, and why there would be suddenly an out clause in it. There's a 1% sequester that's across the board if appropriations are not done. Now, I have to tell you, I've worked with Senator Maggie Hassan on the other side of the aisle to resolve a way that we can end government shutdowns and to actually do appropriations. We should do all 12 appropriation bills. The senator who's the chairwoman of appropriations here on the floor right now, she and I have had this conversation. She's committed to doing all 12 appropriation bills, so am I. We need to bring regular order and actually go through the process. We don't all agree on everything here in the body. Welcome to America. 320 million Americans don't agree on everything. Okay, well, let's talk it all out. Let's have the debate, let's have the vote and go from there. We haven't had that ability in years now. So Senator Maggie Hassan and I have a bill dealing with ending government shutdowns and pushing us towards doing the 12 appropriation bills. That is not a bipartisan bill. Quite frankly, it's a nonpartisan bill. I don't find anyone here that doesn't want to actually get us back to regular order. So we're trying to find a logical way to be able to do it. But the way this bill sets up the sequestration to push us towards those 12 appropriation bills says that if appropriation bills are not done by April the 1st of next year, there's a 1% across the board cut that will happen in the current year's spending in the last 5 months of the year. That's a pretty big spending, except it really only hits defense, because the way it's set up is non-defense will actually go up and defense will actually be cut by 1% from last year's amount. What in the world? why would it be structured that way? Number one, why do we set up a sequestration piece at all as an incentive? Number two, why would it be designed to shape where it hits defense but not non-defense in the way that it's actually set up? And number three, when there were other options like Senator Hassan and I, our proposal to deal with ending government shutdowns and to get to actual appropriations, why wouldn't we do something like that that's nonpartisan, that's simple and straightforward to be able to do? The student loan suspension, there's been much publicity on the right about, well, this ends the student loan suspensions, except it ends it on July the 30th, when President Biden already says he's ending it on August the 30th. In fact, CBO looked at it and said, this doesn't save any money at all because it was already going away. It doesn't really change anything. It literally moves it forward a month, but doesn't change a thing. And then there's a work requirement process, which I have to say, I'm a big believer in work requirements. Not everybody here in this body is on that. I think work is dignity. I think work encourages families, and it brings dignity to a family and an individual, unlike anything else that a family can bring. I think it's great for kids to grow up in a community where the adults around them work and they set that example and they build on that. There's just a unique dignity in work. Quite frankly, some of that just comes from what I've seen, and some of that comes from my faith. Because when I look at even Scripture, there was work in the garden before the fall. Work is not a consequence of the fall. Work is a gift from God, that it gives us purpose and meaning and helps us set the next example. So anything we can do as a culture to encourage a culture of work, I think is beneficial to people and families. Now, I understand full well that those that are disabled, those that have kids, there are situations where that can't be done. Completely respect that. But in this particular bill, the incentives for work requirements has a little caveat stuck in the back of it that says all of this applies to these states, and they can't take all these waivers where they pull away work requirements. They can't do those things unless Secretary Becerra, the Secretary of HHS, declares that that state's doing good work to try anyway. No restrictions on it. It just says solely, Secretary Becerra, if he decides that, it gets waived. So as I look at the bill, I see a lot of good intentions in the bill, but I see a whole lot of exceptions. And I see a whole lot of ability for the administration to waive that, that undercuts the purpose of the bill. Quite frankly, as a Congress, I wish that we could sit down across the aisle and we could have dialogue to say, what is Congress's responsibility? What are the policies that are wise policies? And not hand authority to the White House, Republican or Democrat, and to say, what's just good policy that we need to put in place and do those things. One day we'll get back to that, but that day wasn't today, and that's frustrating for me. So I'm going to oppose this bill today, but I want us to be able to keep working because we still got work to do. Mr. President, is one side note as well. I know Congress is focused on this today, rightfully so. The American people expect us to get this resolved. But can I just tell you a little bit of a heartbeat issue for me? It's June the 1st. And that may not mean a lot of things to a lot of people, but for those of us from Oklahoma, today is the 102nd anniversary of the worst race massacre in American history. It happened in Tulsa, Oklahoma, May the 31st, overnight to June the 1st. 102 years ago today, Greenwood was a smoking heap of rubble after an all-night violence and massacre on hundreds of black Americans in North Tulsa. It's a stain on our nation. It's a stain on our state. And 102 years later, I hope we still pause and remember as a state, and we continue to learn the lessons and continue to be able to work towards being a more perfect union. Today, the Greenwood Rising Museum is open. Folks are coming in and out, talking about what happened 102 years ago. Folks at the John Hope Franklin Center for Reconciliation are engaging in conversation. There's community groups all over North Tulsa that are meeting with people just to be able to talk and to say, what have we learned 102 years later? How can we still be better as a nation still? We've learned a lot, we've grown a lot, but it's unfinished business for us. So on June the 1st, I remind us as a body, there was a massacre 102 years ago today. We shouldn't ignore this moment to remember how we take tragedy to triumph. I yield the floor.
The senior senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. And first of all, let me acknowledge the final comments from the senator from Oklahoma, and thank you for making us all pause and remember that important time and the important lessons that we all need to move on from here. Thank you very much. Mr. President, like so many of my colleagues, I spent last week back home hearing from folks in my state. And everywhere I went, I heard from people about how the investments that we make here in Congress actually matter in their daily lives. How the funding that we provide from here helps students at Lake Washington Institute of Technology in Kirkland pursue their dreams and get a higher education and find a good paying job. Helps entrepreneurs in Tacoma start a business and grow it from the ground up. Helps pregnant moms who rely on the Rainier Valley Midwives Center to get the care they need to have a healthy pregnancy. I saw how our federal investments make cutting-edge biomedical research possible at the Allen Institute in Seattle, leading to breakthroughs that save lives and give people more time with their loved ones. Again and again, I heard about the resources that we send back home pay off in a truly meaningful way. And it's true, the investments we make in our country are critical. They're critical in helping our families succeed, keeping our communities safe, and keeping our nation strong, secure, and competitive. We aren't simply spending, we are investing. We are investing in fighting deadly fentanyl, in upgrading our crumbling infrastructure. We're investing in keeping America on the cutting edge of clean energy and scientific innovation. We are investing in rebuilding American manufacturing and bringing industries of the future back home here to our shores. I could go on, but the point is, the funding decisions we make right here in this chamber are not just numbers on a page. They are investments in people, in families, in our communities, and ultimately in our country's future. And they are also crucial to keeping our country secure and on the cutting edge as competitors like the Chinese government work hard to outpace us. As we all know, our adversaries are not restricting their investments in their futures. They're not. And they're not teetering on the verge of calamitous default for the sake of partisan politics. And yet, instead of listening to people back home, instead of listening to the flashing red warning signs from our competitors, House Republicans have been insisting on draconian cuts and harmful changes to the programs that are a lifeline for struggling families and the lifeblood of our global leadership. House Republicans' push to slash this funding for key federal programs is alarming, and the way they have tried to make their cuts is downright reckless. We've got to be clear about what they have done here. Instead of working through the budget and appropriations process, as we do every year, to craft our nation's budget and determine how we spend money, House Republicans just decided they would threaten to tank our economy and force the U.S. into default to extract partisan concessions. And they absolutely have not been shy about it. We heard from House Republican leaders and even the leader of the Republican Party talk openly about taking our economy and the American people, quote, hostage. That is damning. House Republicans admitting to using the full faith and credit of the United States of America as a political weapon. Needless to say, that is not how this should work. Negotiating is not one side saying, give me everything I want or else. Negotiating is coming to the table saying, here are my concerns, here are my principles, here's what I'm hearing from families in my state. Where can we find common ground? That's what people elected us to do. That's what they sent us here to do. And frankly, I think that's what many of us here want to do. I have heard from so many of my colleagues about their desire to return to regular order. And I have been working with Senator Collins to do that on the Appropriations Committee. But let's get one thing straight. Hostage taking is not regular order. It is just not. That's not the way we should arrive at the top lines for our spending bills. And it's time we put an end to this dangerous brinksmanship at the next possible opportunity by scrapping this debt ceiling and taking the threat of default off the table once and for all. No other country handles its credit like this. Hostage taking is no way to have a conversation about our nation's fiscal future. And let's be clear, for House Republicans, this never was truly about the debt anyway. Republicans added trillions to the debt under President Trump through tax giveaways for billionaires and giant corporations. But they refused to even talk about asking billionaires to pay at least as much in taxes as a firefighter or a nurse. They won't talk about closing giant loopholes for big oil or big pharma. They definitely won't talk about capping tax giveaways to the wealthy. Instead, House Republicans want to give handouts to the rich and massive corporations. They want to make life harder for struggling families by cutting the programs that they rely on, and make competing globally harder for our nation by capping our ability to invest in our future. They agreed to raise the debt ceiling 3 times under President Trump without batting an eye. But their tune changed when a Democrat was in the White House. President Biden and congressional Democrats have been clear from the outset: default is not an option and should never have been a threat, because it would be catastrophic to our nation's economy, to the financial security of our families, and to the stability of the global economy. So I applaud President Biden for his laser focus on taking default off the table. And while I know the president has pushed hard to hold the line on recent progress and protect vulnerable people who need support and reject the House Republicans' most extreme demands, we have to be clear-eyed and honest about how this bill fails to meet our current moment, especially how it will limit our ability now to make the investments we need to strengthen our economy and invest in America's future. I will vote for this legislation because default is not an option. But I do so with deep concern and with a determination to prevent us from ever being in this situation again and lessen the damage of these cuts at every possible opportunity. And that can include working with the administration and my colleagues to consider a supplemental. But that conversation has to consider more than just defense in Ukraine, because there are other really important priorities like border security, disaster relief, and other non-defense items that we should not let be shortchanged. This is absolutely not a bill I would have written. And the fact that the choice here is between a bill that cuts resources for American families or trashing the nation's credit and causing a global economic meltdown is an indictment of House Republicans who decided taking our nation's credit hostage was an acceptable thing to do. Understand that the programs being cut make a real difference in people's lives. I know that firsthand. I am someone who grew up knowing what it meant to get by on a tight budget. I had a big family, 6 brothers and sisters. My dad was a World War II veteran. He ran a mom-and-pop store on Main Street selling everyday goods in Bothell, Washington. We never had a lot, but we always got by. And a lot of times that was because our government had our backs. When my dad got sick and was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, my mom had to figure out how to support 7 kids and find a job that would make that possible. A federal workforce training program helped her get a job as a bookkeeper to keep my family afloat. Me and my siblings, all 7 of us, got through college thanks to federal assistance because our government invested in Pell Grants and other programs. My family and I had to rely on food stamps for a brief time We didn't go hungry because of federal investments in nutrition. So I'll say it again. The funding decisions we make right here in this chamber are not just numbers on a page. The policy we write and sign into law has a direct consequence on people's lives, and every member of Congress needs to recognize that. So rest assured, I remain very focused on keeping our appropriations process moving forward here in the Senate, marking up our spending bills in a timely, bipartisan way. And I want to make it clear right here on the Senate floor that I will be doing absolutely everything I can to protect the investments that help those families get by and ensure that this great country lives up to its promise, from childcare to housing to life-saving research and more. As chair of the Senate Appropriations Committee, I will be a voice for working families in my home state and all across the country. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The senator from Indiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Been here about 4.5 years and come from that world where you can never do what we do here. When you run a business, you're competing, you're earning your revenues. They're not given to you like in government. Here, we just have to be smart enough not to spend more than we take in. Sadly, when you look, all the data's there historically. We haven't balanced a budget since the late 90s. Over 50 years, there's some things that are just criteria you need to take into consideration and maybe view it as a given. Our system, which is built on enterprise, sound regulation, not overbearing, taxes that you can pay without being a wet blanket on the economy, over 50 years, other than 2 or 3 years, happened to coincide in the Clinton years when we balanced the budget, we've never generated more than 18% of our GDP in revenue through the federal government. It's this simple. When you have high rates, you flush more into the Treasury the first couple years. You go from whatever the economic growth rate was to something 0.5 to 1.5% lower. When you cut taxes, and it was getting close, it wasn't quite there, pre-COVID, the Trump tax cuts, you're going to deplete revenues the first couple years, but then you benefit from an economy that's growing more robustly. We know all of that. The missing link here is anywhere else, you've got the rigor of the marketplace. When you're running something, it's not merciful. If you behave there like we do here, you're on the ash heap of enterprises that just don't survive in the long run. Nowhere else can you borrow now up to 30 cents on every dollar that you spend and expect that to be a good long-term business plan. I'm one, in the time I've been here, gotten along with a lot of Democrats on passing legislation that's practical. We can still do it. But when it comes to the big agenda items in terms of how much you spend, are you going to have the fortitude to do a real budget? We haven't done that. Whenever we've had moments of discipline with budget caps, sequestrations, they seem to unravel soon after we put them in place. Again, look at the numbers. We, from the time we were founded to the year 2000, had very little debt. Most of that came after World War II. The greatest generation was the deepest in debt we had ever been historically as a country. They were savers. They were investors. They were hard workers. They paid it off and built the interstate highway system, the most capital-intensive thing we've ever done as a country. When you morph into being consumers and spenders, that's what Greece did. That's what Italy did. That's what Spain did. That's what Portugal was doing until they had to get back on the wagon. Otherwise, the second largest economy in the world was going to be in trouble. They put basic discipline into their system. They spend more through the federal government there than we do, but they pay for it, generally. They're not borrowing it from future generations. We've got to find a way, as Democrats and Republicans, to take the priorities that are important to this country. And I haven't mentioned so far the real drivers of our structural deficits. That's Social Security, that is Medicare, that is Medicaid, all programs that we want to be there, but we want them to be solvent. Until we get the backbone, the political discipline, we're going to keep skirting the rigor that it takes to make this thing work long term, and you can expect more of the same. What you're seeing here today is no different. It's just punctuated with a little more drama than normal. We know we've got debt ceilings. We didn't have that, we'd probably even plow further into debt. But the numbers always win in the long run. We were running trillion-dollar deficits, both sides of the aisle generating them from the Bush years. We had COVID come along. We politically enterprised, I think, through 2 years, not recognizing what the real capability of our economy would be, and we're in a pickle. I'm going to do a little math quiz here. I did it with a bunch of reporters 3 months ago. I said, what is 1% of 30 trillion? Mr. President, would you venture to make a guess on that? I would, but I'm not laughing. So, 1% of 30 trillion is 300 billion. After 30 seconds of silence, one reporter offered 300 million. I said, you're off by a power of 1,000. That's how abstract these numbers become. But they become real over time when you take interest rates that have gone up 4 to 5%. Now that you know what 1% of 30 trillion is, try 5%. That's 1.5 trillion. That's what we're going to be pricing in to our debt that we're incurring. The only blueprint out there has been from the Biden administration, puts us 20 trillion further in debt in just 10 years. And all this is going to do is knock it back to just 18 trillion more. That is shameful for future generations. This institution needs to be healthy, and it needs to live within its means like households do, like local and state governments do, like all businesses do. Try talking to your banker running a 30% loss, want them to lend you the money. They would laugh you out of the office before you got into the details of really what you need. It's a bad business plan. I could go on about that, but it's been happening for now over 2 decades, both sides of the aisle. The deal is generally made by some on our side of the aisle that hold defense sacrosanct, don't want to budge at all. The other side views domestic spending more importantly. But we generally work out this same deal, which you know what the net result is? We're deeper in debt. I did take Finance 101. I spent 37 years running a business with full competition, the rigor of it, was on a school board, was on Ways and Means in our state government. It can be done. We've got the printing press in the basement. That's the Fed. When they take all this fiscal stimulus that we did, put it on their balance sheet, that's how you print money. Bad business plan for future generations. I'm here going to introduce an amendment called the No Default Amendment. We should not be flirting with this year after year when we know it's going to happen anyway, and until we put real reforms into the system, expect the same. The next time we hit the debt ceiling, when the Treasury says you're entering into extraordinary measures, that's when the clock starts. My amendment, if you can't get a real deal done with reforms addressing the things I've talked about, we're going to start paring back this place, and it's going to be across the board. Defense and domestic spending. Every 30 days, a 1% cut. If you are so thick-headed that you can't get it done then, another 30 days, you do it again. That would put some rigor into the process. But if we're not honest with the public and really address the programs that are dearest to most Americans, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, quit doing mandatory spending on things that aren't important, we're going to run this place into the ditch. And I fear for what my kids and grandkids are going to have to deal with, and I think all Americans should be worried about that. This would be at least the start of putting a little bit of discipline into an undisciplined system. Thank you, Mr. President.
The senator from Kentucky.
I ask unanimous consent that the following interns from my office be granted floor privileges until June 30th, 2023. Maddie Jackson, Joseph Thoburn, Madalena Wassinger, Brett Logston, and Mary Kate Barbie.
Without objection.
Our national debt now stands at about $32 trillion. How did we get here? Whose fault is it? Republicans? Democrats? Well, the answer is yes. Both parties are at fault for different reasons. Republicans come to this floor, and will come to this floor today, saying we need unlimited military spending. And Democrats will come to this floor and say we need unlimited welfare spending. And guess what happens? They compromise. People say Washington doesn't compromise. They compromise all of the time. That's what this debt deal that's before us is compromise. But the compromise is always to spend more money. How do we know that? The debt deal that's been crafted by Biden and McCarthy is an unlimited increase in the debt ceiling. See, historically, when we raised the debt ceiling, it would be $100 billion or $200 billion or, God forbid, $1 trillion. It was a dollar amount. This debt ceiling will go up till January 2025. How many dollars will be borrowed? As many as they can possibly shovel out the door. It will be how much money can you shovel out the door until January 2025. That's how much we will spend. Is there a dollar amount? No. How much can you shovel it out and how fast can you shovel it out? There will be no restraint from this debt deal. There is a pretense. There is a playing around the edges as if, oh, there might be a cut here or there might be a cut there. There are no cuts. Why? 2/3 of your spending is entitlement spending. The on-budget entitlement spending is Medicare, Medicaid, food stamps, and other programs. They are called mandatory and no one ever looks at them. They go on in perpetuity. This is what drives the deficit. Who took them off the table? How come there's no discussion of this? Actually, Republicans took them off the table because they fear being criticized by the Democrats. It's being used in the presidential campaign. Let's not talk about the entitlements, but that's 2/3 of what gets spent every year. So if you don't talk about the entitlements, if you don't talk about mandatory spending, you're frankly not a serious person, and you will not make a serious dent in this problem. So we've taken off the table all mandatory spending, no discussion of it. Does this mean they're in good shape, that Medicare and Social Security and all these programs are in good shape? Heck no, they're not in good shape. They're all running out of money. They're headed towards bankruptcy. Is anybody brave enough to reform them? No, not a damn thing's going to be done for any of them. But when you take them off the table, take all the entitlement spending off the table and do nothing about it, now we're down to 1/3 of the budget. So now you're going to try to do budgetary reform while excluding 2/3 of the spending on 1/3. But it's worse than that. The 1/3 they call discretionary spending. It's about $1.6 trillion. Half of that's military. So they took that off the table. So mandatory spending, entitlements, is going up 5%. Under this deal, because that's what it's been doing for years and years, it's going up at 5%. The military is going up at 3%. So what are we left for? What are we left looking at? We're looking at 1/6 of the budget, somewhere between 15 and 20%, a small sliver of the budget. It's called non-military discretionary, and they think we're going to do some kind of fiscal reform on that small sliver of government. Well, guess what? You can't do it. You can eliminate all of the non-military discretionary money. Leave the mandatory in place, leave the military in place, increase them, eliminate all of this other chunk of money, and you still never balance the budget. See, there was a time when there was a conservative movement, and the conservative movement had a voice in Washington. There's still some voice, but not much. But there was a time when people on the conservative side of this said, well, in order to be a thoughtful, rational, realistic, strong response to the budget deficit, you would have to balance your budget in 5 years. In fact, we voted on a constitutional amendment in this body, and every Republican voted for it. But it said you had to balance 5 years. Why 5 years? Well, because most of the plans that lasted longer than that, most of the plans that balanced in like years 9 and 10, were basically somebody fudging the numbers and hoping something good would happen in year 9 or 10, but the only years they actually had any power over the first year or two, there weren't very many cuts. And they always had unrealistic expectations in year 10. So what have I done? I've said, let's look at balancing this in 5 years. What would it take? So about 5 or 6 years ago, I began introducing something called the penny plan. And what would it do? It would cut 1 penny out of every dollar. It actually would balance. Actually, the first year I did it, I didn't even cut 1%. I froze spending for 5 years, and the budget would have balanced. But the trick is, or not the trick, the truth is that you have to cut all spending or freeze all spending. You can't just freeze a sliver of the spending. So people have talked about, oh, there's a 1% trigger on the discretionary spending. That's $16 billion. They're going to add $4 trillion in debt over the next 2 years. And they say, but by golly, we might save $16 billion, which even that is not going to happen because the trigger isn't real, doesn't have muscle, and will be evaded. But the thing is that if we were to balance the budget over 5 years, what would happen is there now needs to be about a 5% cut of all the spending each year for 5 years, and then the budget would balance. And you say, well, isn't it just a number? What would that mean to real people? Why do I care whether the budget is balanced? Well, go to the grocery store, go to buy gas, go to buy anything, go to pay your rent. Look at your cost of living and look at what inflation is doing to you. Who does inflation hurt the worst? Those on fixed income and those of the working class, because they don't have extra expendable income. Most of their income goes towards things that they have to purchase each month. But where does inflation come from? A senator from Indiana described it accurately. We run a debt, this place spends money we don't have, and where's the deficit made up for? We sell that debt to the Federal Reserve, the Federal Reserve buys it, and you're like, wow, this is a great system. We spend money we don't have, we print up these things called treasury bills, the Federal Reserve comes over and then buys them. Wow, we can just do anything we want. We have the printing press. But when they create new money and that new money enters into circulation, that is inflation. Inflation is an increase in the money supply. And when you increase the money supply, you chase the same amount of goods, you're going to chase the prices right up. And that's where inflation comes from. So the debt is not just a number. The debt is about the value of your paycheck. It's about how far your paycheck goes. So right now we're in a bit of a spiral. We've had 9% inflation. It's a little lower now, but we've had as high as 9%. And I think the cost of living increase for Social Security went up 9% to match that. But you'll actually find people who say, you know, even with the 9% increase, I still can't buy everything I need. I'm actually still being squeezed. But it's a bait and switch. It's because your government isn't honest with you. If your government wanted to be honest with you and they say, we're going to be everything to everyone, and we're going to give you stuff. And it's funny because we have this comparison sometimes with Sweden, and people say, and many Democrats will say, we want to be Sweden, and we're going to give you everything, and we're going to have a big government that coddles you from cradle to grave. But you know how they do it in Sweden? With a balanced budget. And I'm not advocating we become Sweden, but they balance their annual budget every year. You know how they have all that free stuff to give everybody? How they have a safety net that includes everything, including college, free health care, everything? They tax everybody, enormous amount of tax. Over here, the bait and switch is they'll say, we're just going to tax the rich people. It's easy. Just tax the rich people. They don't do that in Sweden, though. In Sweden, they tax everybody. It's a 60% income tax beginning at $60,000 a year. So everybody pays. The middle class pays. So if we wanted to be honest, and we're going to say, we're going to give you this massive safety net, you don't have to work, everybody can have a basic income, you do all of this, we would be honest, or we should be honest and say it would take massive taxes. Instead, there's a dishonesty. But the dishonesty is on both sides of the aisle. The Democrats say welfare is free and the safety net's free and Social Security is free and all these things are free. What do Republicans say? The military-industrial complex is free. You can have all the weapons you want. You can give hundreds of billions of dollars of weapons to Ukraine and it won't cost anything because we'll just print it up. See, there were times in our history when you went through a war and the devastation of war in World War II that people actually suffered and you could see the suffering and people felt like they had to pay something. But now we just put it on the tab. But there is a point at which the tab gets so large that there can be something precipitous happen. The question has always been, is this a gradual problem where we'll just have to deal with a little inflation, 5, 10% here, or is there a point at which there's a calamity? If you look at the stock market for the last 100 years, some people will point to like 7 different days in which like 80, 90% of the downturn occurred in 7 days in the last century. Is there a possibility of calamity when we're so destructive to our dollar, when we're so destructive to good sense? I think the American people want more from us. Recent polls have said 60% of Americans say don't raise the debt ceiling without significant reform. 43 Republicans, 44 of us actually said we want significant reforms before we raise the debt ceiling. But then the devil's in the details. The devil's in concluding what is significant and what is not significant. So what will end up happening, my prediction here is almost every Democrat will vote to raise the debt ceiling, and about half of the Republicans will vote. It'll be a 75-25 vote, and in the end, the debt ceiling will go up. People say, well, that's good. We didn't have a calamity. The stock market didn't crash because we didn't pay our debt. But you might want to ask yourself, is this really a contrived controversy? Is there really a reason in which we would ever default? Is there a reason why we wouldn't make our interest payment? We bring in $5 trillion and our interest payment's $500 billion. So that would be like you make $100,000 and your mortgage payment's $10,000. If you made $100,000 a year and your mortgage payment was at $10,000, is there any chance you would ever default? Is there any reason you wouldn't cut your other expenditures to prioritize your interest so you don't get kicked out of your house? That's what every American family would do, but we don't do it up here. So we threaten default, we scare the markets and say, oh no, we'll default if the debt ceiling doesn't come up. No, we would default only if we refuse to cut spending. So we spend $1 trillion more than comes in every year. That's the problem. If we simply said, we're going to pay the $500 billion, 10% of our revenue for next year, we're going to pay the interest no matter what, and guess what? We'll tell the marketplace we're never going to default. We are never going to default. We will always do that. That would be great. The market would go gangbusters and say, we no longer have to worry about those knuckleheads. They've finally decided they're going to pay their interest, and they always will. Then what would happen? Well, we wouldn't have enough money for everything. So then we should look at where we could save money. The problem has always been this. Republicans point at Democrats and say, we don't like your programs, let's cut your programs. Democrats look at Republicans and say, no, don't cut our programs, cut yours. Everybody's don't cut mine, cut yours. That's why I've taken the approach and continue to take the approach, we should cut everything across the board. In the past, there were always like conservatives who say, let's get rid of public television, let's get rid of Sesame Street and Big Bird, and they'd get so much grief over it, it's like, why do that? You're not balancing the budget over Big Bird. Take 1% of Big Bird's budget. Take 1% of everybody's budget. And what would that bring about? It would bring about more conservation of the dollar. It would bring about more restraint and more reform. I'll end with this. People say, where would you cut? I would say everywhere. But I can give you, on the tip of my hand, ridiculous stuff that should have 100% cut, but is never cut and goes on and on. In the early 1970s, William Proxmire, a conservative Democrat, pointed out that the National Science Foundation was spending $50,000 to study what makes people fall in love. Now, that's a better, I think, topic for Cosmopolitan magazine than it is for a government study. Nowadays, it's gone up. We spent $1 million having young people take selfies of themselves while smiling, and then looking at it later in the day to see if looking at pictures of yourself smiling makes you a happier person. That cost you $1 million. We spent $1.5 million studying the mating call of the Panamanian frog to see if the mating call of the country frogs was different than the city frogs. We spent nearly $1 million studying the Japanese quail to see if they're more sexually promiscuous when they're on cocaine. I think we could have just polled the audience on that one. This is the kind of ridiculous stuff, but does it get better? I complain about this every year and all the time, and everybody shakes their head and says, no way, why are we doing that? The National Science Foundation, we increased their budget 50% last year. People said, oh, we have to compete with China, so let's give the National Science Foundation more money. We've almost increased our budget by 50%. The people are studying why you go on dates, why you're happy, why the male frogs, what their mating call is. This is the craziness, but it never gets better because we always spend more money. So my amendment would do this. My amendment would reduce the spending in real terms. We'd actually spend less money next year than last year. It'd be a 5% reduction in money, and you'd spend less each year, and over 5 years you'd balance your budget, and then we'd be on course to balance. People say, why not? Who can do this? Half of Europe does it. Sweden balances their budget. Germany balances their budget. Over half of the countries of Europe run an annual balanced budget. Our profligacy in our spending is catching up to us. I say we act now, and I recommend a yes vote on my amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
The senator from West Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate that. I rise today to discuss the importance of both the permitting sections and the provision to expedite the completion of the Mountain Valley Pipeline that are included in the Fiscal Responsibility Act. I want to commend Speaker McCarthy and House Republicans for negotiating a legislation that makes responsible reductions in government spending while avoiding a government default. Including in this legislation are key elements of the Builder Act, a permitting reform proposal which was championed by Congressman Garrett Graves and by House Natural Resources Chairman Bruce Westerman. The bill represents a positive first step in improving the permitting projects for all kinds of projects. By amending the National Environmental Policy Act for the first time since 1982, we will help projects of all types, whether we're talking about a road, a bridge, a transmission line, a renewable energy project, a pipeline, or a port. Simply put, a project shouldn't take longer to permit than it takes to build. And that should be true regardless of what type of project is under consideration. This legislation will impose statutory deadlines on completion of environmental impact statements and environmental assessments. It will streamline the review process with threshold language that tells agencies when various levels of review are necessary. And it allows agencies to share categorical exclusions for similar projects because multiple agencies should not have to do the same work twice. Makes sense. By placing the one federal decision policy into the NEPA statute, this legislation will allow project sponsors to work with a single lead federal agency. Most of those listening probably thought that was happening anyway, and no, all these different agencies were giving all individual opinions. If you want to build things in this country, we should not force project sponsors to bounce back and forth from one agency to the next, often facing litigation at every step. It's just simply common sense to allow project sponsors to work with one lead agency. Now, more work is needed beyond this bill to fix our broken process for permitting projects. Reforms to the judicial review process, timelier Fish and Wildlife Services reviews, and improvements to the Clean Water Act are all very important. I introduced the Restart Act last month with a number of my EPW Republican colleagues to address those issues, and I will continue to work in a bipartisan way to see additional reforms into law. Today's legislation is a positive step on permitting reform, and again, I want to thank Congressman Graves and Chairman Westerman for their efforts to get us to this point. The Mountain Valley Pipeline. It is a prime example of an important project that has faced senseless delays, mostly as a result of litigation filed by anti-natural gas activists at the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit. This project has undergone numerous environmental reviews and received approvals from multiple federal agencies, both under the Trump and the Biden administrations. These include actions from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, better known as FERC, the U.S. Forest Service, the Bureau of Land Management, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the U.S. Corps of Engineers, the West Virginia Department of Environmental Protection, and the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality. These are agencies that have already approved this construction of this pipeline. Given the multiple actions by federal and state environmental agencies approving this project, assertions that this project has not gone through adequate environmental review are just plain wrong. Both the Trump and Biden administrations have expressed support for this project. Secretary of Energy Jennifer Granholm recently sent a letter to FERC endorsing the project. So, the Mountain Valley Pipeline is 95% complete and would be finished today if it weren't for the rulings by the Fourth Circuit that have stayed or vacated multiple approvals granted by federal and state environmental regulators. The Fourth Circuit has acted 9 times with respect to the Mountain Valley Pipeline. In 8 of those 9 occasions, the court has either stayed or vacated an approval from a federal or a state agency. Only once did the court uphold an approval for this project, and that was when the court upheld water quality certifications from the state of Virginia under Section 401 of the Clean Water Act. But within days of that opinion, the same Fourth Circuit panel vacated similar 401 water quality certifications from the state of West Virginia. Because certification from both states is necessary to allow the Army Corps of Engineers to issue a required 404 permit for the Mountain Valley Pipeline, vacating certification from one state has had the effect of continuing to prevent the project from moving forward. We've become all too familiar with the Fourth Circuit's blocking of key projects. The same panel that has rejected nearly all of the state and federal approvals for the Mountain Valley Pipeline brought before it took similar actions to vacate state and federal approvals for the now canceled Atlantic Coast Pipeline. Project sponsors for the Atlantic Coast Pipeline appealed one of the Fourth Circuit's 4 adverse opinions all the way to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court reversed the Fourth Circuit in a 7-2 opinion that was written by Justice Thomas and joined not only by Republican-appointed judges, but also by Justices Ginsburg and Breyer. Despite winning at the Supreme Court, the Atlantic Coast Pipeline was canceled amid the threat of continuing litigation and permitting challenges. Activists are using the same playbook at the Fourth Circuit to try to stop the Mountain Valley Pipeline. This is a pipeline that will result in $40 million in tax revenue and $150 million in royalty payments in West Virginia annually once it is completed. The project will open markets to West Virginia's natural gas, providing good-paying jobs not just in my state, but enhancing our nation's energy security and our own national security. Given the project's benefits and given approvals from state and federal regulators across multiple administrations from both parties, I do not believe that a handful of judges should have the final say. This legislation will ratify approvals issued under the Biden administration from the U.S. Forest Service, the Bureau of Land Management, and the Fish and Wildlife Service, along with approval from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. These documents will be insulated from judicial review to prevent further delays. Additionally, the bill requires the Army Corps of Engineers to issue necessary project permits, including that 404 permit I talked about earlier, within 21 days. Both Virginia and West Virginia environmental regulators have issued necessary certifications for this permit, but the Fourth Circuit has delayed further permitting action by vacating West Virginia's certification. This legislation makes it crystal clear that Congress expects the Mountain Valley Pipeline to be completed, consistent with the previously approved environmental documents. I've consistently fought for common sense reforms so that we can actually ensure that we can build here in America, including key projects such as the Mountain Valley Pipeline. So, it is my hope that permitting reforms, both the provisions that are in this bill and those that we should consider in the future, will allow projects to be approved and constructed in an efficient manner that does not require congressional intervention. It also should be pointed out and emphasized, this does not mean that any environmental regulation that is put forward is ever shortchanged or overlooked. That's not the point here. So, on occasions when the process fails projects of significant regional and national interest, we have the authority and the responsibility as elected representatives to step in and ensure a project is allowed to proceed. With that, Mr. President, I thank you and I yield the floor.
rise to express my disappointment in the recent United States Supreme Court decision to curtail the Clean Water Act, the principal law governing pollution control and water qualities of our nation's waterways. The narrow interpretation now supported by the highest court will remove Clean Water Act protection for the majority of wetlands in the United States. Let me just repeat that. Wetlands, we all know how important that is to water quality in America. We know that wetlands act as the sponge for runoff. It traps pollution that otherwise would end up in our waterways and is critically important to our habitat. This narrow interpretation will remove protection for a majority of wetlands in the United States. At a time of rightly intense attention to avoiding the default crisis, this attack on clean water protection must not escape notice. This past weekend, we honored the sacrifices of our military service members. Often, these celebrations of the lives and legacies of our fallen soldiers and their loved ones take place outside in community green spaces. Our parks need clean water. The Sackett versus EPA decision is detrimental to national parks, where 2/3 of the park waters are already impaired, with much of this pollution linked to out-of-park upstream activities. Under the Sackett decision issued on May 25th of this year, a slim majority of the court, led by Justice Alito, incorrectly concluded that the Clean Water Act extends only to wetlands that have a continuous surface connection with waters of the United States. This result does not mean the court unanimously endorsed this new test. In fact, this decision was, to put it mildly, complicated. Justice Thomas filed a concurring opinion in which Justice Gorsuch joined. Justice Kagan filed an opinion concurring in the judgment in which Justices Sotomayor and Jackson joined. Justice Kavanaugh filed an opinion concurring in the judgment in which Justices Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson joined. Put another way, 4 members of the Supreme Court, Justices Sotomayor, Kagan, Kavanaugh, and Brown Jackson, agreed that the Clean Water Act does not apply to the wetlands of the Sackett property, but they disagreed with the majority reasoning. In an opinion joined by 3 justices, Justice Kavanaugh contended that by narrowing the Act's coverage of wetlands to only adjoining wetlands, the court new test will leave some long-regulated adjacent wetlands no longer covered by the Clean Water Act, with significant repercussions for the water quality and flood controls throughout the United States. Justice Kavanaugh specifically noted that the health of the Chesapeake Bay would be at risk under the court's new test. Our national treasure, the largest estuary in the country, was one of 2 examples given, along with efforts to control flooding along the Mississippi River. In its opinion, the majority claims that Clean Water Act repeatedly uses waters in contexts that confirm that the term refers to bodies of open water. Despite this convenient fallacy, the waters of the bay are by no means limited to open waters. In fact, the Chesapeake Bay receives half of its water from a network of 110,000 streams and 1.7 million acres of wetland, most of which are non-navigable tributaries and non-tidal wetlands that drain to those tributaries. The watersheds, roughly 1.5 million acres of wetlands, are critical to restoring the Chesapeake Bay and its tributaries across 6 states in the District of Columbia. Wetlands are essential to water quality. They trap pollutants that are running off farmlands, suburban parking lots, and city streets before they can reach the 111,000 miles of local streams, creeks, and rivers that empty into the bay. Entering the Atlantic hurricane season, it's worth noting that wetlands also protect coastal and flood-prone communities by absorbing storm surges and floodwaters like sponges. Wetlands also mitigate slow-onset climate change effects like sea level rise and sunny day flooding that threatens lives, businesses, and properties in waterfront cities like Annapolis. Maryland, Pennsylvania, Virginia have state regulations that could offer backstop coverage for wetlands that are adjacent to, but not adjoining the bay and its covered tributaries, EPA can no longer protect. But we should not be abrogating this shared responsibility just to our states. Nationwide, more than 111 million acres of wetlands and the ecosystem services they provide are estimated to face the essential threat from the loss of federal protection. Justice Kagan also wrote a brief opinion on her own, joined by Justices Sotomayor and Jackson, in which she criticized what she characterized as the court's appointment of itself as the national decision maker on environmental policy. In her view, which I share, Congress deliberately drafted the Clean Water Act with a broad reach to address a problem of crisis proportion. Although the majority disagrees with that decision, she wrote, it cannot rewrite Congress's plain instructions because they go further than the court would like. But this is precisely what the majority did here, she concluded, just as it did last year when it curtailed the EPA's authority to regulate greenhouse gas emissions from power plants. Second is the latest in an alarming series of rulings to undercut the agency's mission to protect human health and the environment. This one happens to hit especially close to the statutory home of the Chesapeake Bay Program Partnership. For now, to assert jurisdiction over an adjacent wetlands under the Clean Water Act, a party must establish first that the adjacent body of water constitutes waters of the U.S., relatively permanent body of water connected to traditional interstate navigable waters, and second, that the wetlands has a continuous surface connection with that water, making it difficult to determine whether the water ends and the water wetlands begins. This arbitrary new definition strikes at the heart of the Chesapeake Bay Program, science-based decision-making. Moreover, as Justice Kavanaugh notes, the court's new test is sufficiently novel and vague that it will create precisely the type of regulatory uncertainty that the majority roundly criticized. The decision muddies the waters for a clear, workable waters of the U.S. definition after years of uncertainty. The rule of the final revised definition of waters of the United States rule the EPA and U.S. Army Corps announced in December established a clear and reasonable definition. The common sense approach by the EPA must now be recognizes that pollution upstream can have downstream impacts. So we must protect the system to safeguard downstream communities and our environment. The rule, this opinion invites opponents to challenge, also maintain long-standing Clean Water Act permanent exemptions for routine farming and ranching activities. Basically complied to what we thought the rule was before the Supreme Court decisions almost a decade ago. In addition to the indirect costs of regulatory uncertainty, the loss of clean water protections will have significant economic consequences for outdoor recreation, which supports $788 billion in consumer spending and more than 5 million jobs in the United States annually. Wetlands do not just provide habitat for wildlife and trout and fisheries that enhance outdoor recreational opportunities. They also clean water for farmers that drive our economy through the production of food. In order to protect our resources in our new reality, we must enforce the federal authorities left that protect clean water, support states strengthening their own laws and regulations, and take action to restore protections. In addition, clean water infrastructure grants programs such as the Clean Water State Revolving Fund and the non-regulatory coastal habitat restoration programs like the Coastal Program offer resources to support states, tribes, and NGOs restoring wetlands in their own best interests. Water pollution has never respected political boundaries. Our constituents all rely on clean water for drinking, swimming, fishing, irrigation, and more. I urge my colleagues to consider the seriousness of this setback and let us work together to mitigate the damage of this decision. With that, Mr. President, I would suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will now call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
President.
Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I rise to speak about, are we in a quorum, Paul?
Yes.
Might I ask that it be suspended?
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak about a provision of the debt ceiling deal that I will later today offer an amendment so that we can remove it. It's the provision dealing with the Mountain Valley Pipeline. I appreciate the hard bipartisan work that's been done to put together a deal. And the deal has things I like and things that I don't like. And that's the nature of any deal that's struck between houses of Congress controlled by different parties. And it would have been my intention to be a supporter of the deal despite its imperfections. However, a provision was added to the deal to greenlight a pipeline project that goes through two states, West Virginia and my Commonwealth of Virginia. It was struck without any consultation with either of the Virginia senators. It's a highly controversial project in Virginia that directly impacts families whose land will be taken for the pipeline project. And I stand to speak on their behalf about the reasons that I will seek to remove the Mountain Valley Pipeline provision from the bill when we vote on it later tonight. It would be one thing if you could build pipelines in midair, but you can't. To build a pipeline, you have to take people's land. Sometimes the land you take might be public land, national park or national forest. But in any pipeline project of size, and the Mountain Valley Pipeline is about 330 miles long, you have to take a lot of land from private landowners, most of whom don't want to give up their land. That means that when you do a pipeline project and you approve it and you give a private company the right to take people's land, you ought to do it carefully after significant deliberation. And so since the 1930s, there has been a pipeline permitting process that has required for an interstate pipeline, first a determination by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission that there is a need for the pipeline, the gas pipeline. And then once that determination is made, a separate determination has to be made about what is the best route for the pipeline. And once those determinations are made, you're able to take private land to build the pipeline, even though those landowners will never benefit at all from having a pipeline cross their property. Then additionally, the permitting process isn't just about building, but it's about holding the developer to strict standards so that when they build the pipeline, they minimally disturb the land, they minimally affect species, they minimally affect creeks and streams and river crossings. The Mountain Valley Pipeline is proposed to go about 110 miles through the poorest part of my state, Appalachia. In the Appalachian region of Virginia, a lot of people don't have very much. For many of them, their land is what they have. And for many of them, that land has been in their family for generations. They are entitled to a fair process that would look about the need for the pipeline and what is the best route, and then would insist that the pipeline be built to a high standard to maximally protect their property. Congress has made a decision that this is not to be decided by Congress. Pipeline routing, pipeline need is not to be determined by Congress. Instead, you put it in administrative agencies. Why do you do that? It's because A, they have expertise, and B, it's less likely to be abused. If you were to let Congress do pipeline deals, it would be pretty easy for somebody to look at a map and say, well, this county never voted for me. Why don't we run it through that county and take their land? Instead, we remove it from Congress so that professionals can undertake the right analysis and review. In this bipartisan debt ceiling deal, there's a provision to greenlight one project in the United States, the Mountain Valley Pipeline, to greenlight it, and to say that there will be no more administrative process to determine whether it had been fully permitted, and no more ability for the courts to review the administrative agency decisions. I strongly object to that. I don't have an objection to the pipeline itself. I've been asked again and again and again, and I've said this is not for Congress to decide. In fact, it would be wrong for Congress to do this. You should have an administrative process. You should go through it. A pipeline proponent should have to meet the standard, get over the hurdles, and when they do, then they should be able to take land and build a pipeline, but only then. We shouldn't shorten it and give one project a green light. This is ultimately about Virginians who care about their land. They don't want to give up their land for this pipeline because they don't think they'll benefit by it. Sometimes a county will take someone's land to build a road, and even if you're not happy about that, at least there's a road you can have an ambulance get to your house on, or your kid can go out and catch a school bus on. But a pipeline project of this kind that's transmitting gas from one part of the country to the other, people can't hook into it to get low-cost natural gas. Many of the communities in Virginia that this pipeline route would cross don't even have natural gas distribution to their communities. It might have some effect upon global gas prices, but that won't affect somebody who doesn't have gas service to their home. And so my Virginians just want to be sure that if this pipeline is built, it has met the requisite standards of the review agencies, both state and federal, and it has withstood any court challenges. This is a pipeline project that's been underway for a while. And I know the proponents of this provision will say, well, look, it's just been going on too long. But one of the reasons it's been going on for a while is because the company was slipshod in a lot of its operations and construction, particularly early in the life of this project. I do believe that the company has better management now, but the project has been cited for dozens and dozens of Clean Water Act violations, other construction problems that have led to mudslides on people's property, and that is why my Virginia constituents are so desiring that let's do this the right way or let's not do it at all. The provision in this bill not only frustrates these Virginia landowners who want to make sure that if their land is going to be taken, it's done in a fair way after deliberate consideration, but it also does something that I believe is unwarranted and really historical in the wrong way. It is a rebuke of the Fourth Circuit of the United States Court of Appeals, which is headquartered in Richmond, my hometown, which has been the court that has heard cases about the Mountain Valley Pipeline. Challenges to agency decisions in the previous administration where the court said, hey, look, the agency didn't do what they were supposed to do. Go back and do it right this time. When landowners feel like they're being abused, they have a right to go to court and present their case, and the Fourth Circuit and the district courts within it have said, you've shown your case. The company didn't do it right. The agency didn't do it right. Go back and do it right. That's made the company upset. For 18 years, I tried cases in the Fourth Circuit. And I won some and I lost some. And when I lost, I wasn't happy. But if I lost, I would tell my client, we can appeal. And we would appeal to the Fourth Circuit. And sometimes I would win my appeal, and sometimes I would lose my appeal. But when we lost, I wasn't happy, but we would try to get the United States Supreme Court to take the case up. Never once did I tell a client after a loss, what we need to do is go to Congress and take this case away from the Fourth Circuit and put it in a court that's more likely to be favorable. I would never have thought to do that. No one gets that deal. No individual gets that deal. No civil rights plaintiff gets that deal. No criminal defendant gets that deal. No small business gets that deal. Most people would be embarrassed to ask for that. I lost, I'm unhappy. Why don't I get Congress to rewrite the rules of federal jurisdiction and take this case away from the court that's made me unhappy and put it in another court? And yet that is what this bill will do. It will end further administrative review. It will end judicial review of any permit. And it will say only this: if someone wants to challenge what Congress is doing here, saying it's unlawful or unconstitutional or an overreach, they have to file that challenge in the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals. They cannot file it in the Fourth Circuit, where this project is being considered. Both to protect these landowners who have a right to a full and deliberate consideration if they're going to have to give up their land, and to protect the integrity of both our court system and this body, I strongly oppose this provision. I will move later in the day to bring up my amendment, and I would encourage my colleagues to support me in it. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
the MVP. They call it the Mountain Valley Pipeline. I call it the most valuable pipeline that we have to offer energy to the people of America. And it's been under tow for a long time. I brought some illustrations of what we're going through because my good friend from Virginia, the senator from Virginia who just spoke, and we respectfully disagree on this. This is something we've worked on for an awful long time. And first of all, I want to make sure everybody understands, you cannot get permission to move forward on a pipeline, transmission line, anything that you want in this country unless there's a market for it. You've got to show that there's a person or a group or a market that this product, whether it's electricity on transmission lines or gas in the pipelines or oil, whatever, there has to be a market. It can't go from here to there and then try to build a market. So there has to be a need. There has to be a need. If there's going to be a need in the market, then it says proceeding. And then it goes through the process. This has started over 8 years ago, going through that process. I don't think there's another permit that's ever been scrutinized or request for a permit than this Mountain Valley Pipeline, or we'll call it the MVP. FERC has approved MVP 3 times, not 1 time, 3 times. Basically, over 8 years of review, started with the Obama administration, went through the Trump administration, now into the Biden administration. And we're as desperate for the fuel today as we are. Let's look at the people that basically where the need is. This pipeline's 42 inch. It takes the Marcellus Shale. First of all, it goes down into an area that's basically, well, we could, excuse me. Oh boy. Don't know what happened. Into an area that basically is deprived of natural resources themselves. Let me tell you some of the areas that we're going to be able to serve in a direct and indirect way. Our military bases in North Carolina, South Carolina, who's in desperate need. There was another pipeline coming out of the same shell of gas called the Atlantic Coast Pipeline that went on for years, and was finally scrubbed because the price got so exorbitant that there was no way to continue, and they could not get through the litigation that went on for years. After about $6 or $7 billion, Dominion Energy basically pulled the plug on it. They couldn't do it. So when they tell you that everything's fine or they did all this, wherever there were problems, they're sent back. If someone doesn't like this or that, it's sent back. They've gone through it 3 times. Now, when FERC goes through it, it's a pretty arduous process. It's looked into everything. And then if the courts basically say, well, look at this, and then they do that and they correct that and send it back, they find something else. Wouldn't you think they would see it all the first time if they saw any problems whatsoever that needed corrected? So, as I said, it's been thoroughly vetted. 8 years by the Obama and Trump Biden administration. 8 NEPA reviews. Anybody that's gone through any review with NEPA knows how difficult that can be. 8 times NEPA has reviewed this. 6 environmental impact. The environmental impact studies can take anywhere from 1 to 3, 4 years. 6 times it went back for that. You know, it just, so when anyone thinks that this has not been scrutinized and has not basically gone through every agency that it was required to go through and had every review possibly that could be done, would be mistaken if you see just the outline of the thing. 3 rounds of permitting was approved by FERC. They approved all of them. Still wasn't good enough. Still wasn't good enough. Went to the courts, back it came. Went to the courts, back it came. So, Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, Fish and Wildlife, they all did it 3 times. So everybody had a real good look at this one. Now we have a situation to where, if you look at Winter Storm Elliott, December 2022, the Carolinas had the highest natural gas price in the country, $50 to $60 per million BTU. $50 to $60. Normally in the Appalachian Basin, that's anywhere from $2.50 to maybe $6. That's where it stays. But because they did not have the product, the demand was so high, the people are getting gouged. You tell me an average family or a hardworking family that can afford $50 or $60 per million BTU. It's 10 times the normal in the region. So is there a need? Absolutely there's a need. Is there basically a need for pricing that stabilizes and helps people get through tough times and basically take care of their family and their home and also the job that they work at? Absolutely. So you have that. Duke Energy, well, Duke Energy says the MVP will save 4.5 million customers, $3 billion over 25 years. Duke Energy is a very large power company within North Carolina. And they're saying that we don't have that product. We need this product. They were counting on the Atlantic Coast Pipeline to give them the product. That didn't happen. Now they're counting on MVP. Who gets gouged? Everybody talks about big business and the companies and this and that. 4.5 million customers. That's who's going to pay the price. Now, when you talk about the price, let's talk about this. This line, when they started on this pipeline, there was approximate cost of $3.5 billion to build it. We're over $6.6 billion now. Who do you think is going to pay that price? It's going to be paid by the customers who need the product. We're paying $50 to $60 per million BTU, when they should be paying $4 to $6 in that range there. And I guarantee you the savings is going to be tremendously supportive of their families. So, as we've talked, we've had a lot going on here, a lot of different conversation. There's a new Summit View Business Park in Franklin County in Southwest Virginia. It's struggling to attract businesses to that park that would create opportunities and jobs for the hardworking people in Southwest Virginia, just like all of West Virginia, that they cannot attract and not be able to furnish the energy that the plant, that park needs to attract the different industries that would like to come. So for economic development, just having a job, taking care of your family, living in beautiful Southwest Virginia, they don't have that opportunity now. North Carolina, Cumberland County and Fayette have lost out on $1 billion of investment because the businesses cannot afford the high price of gas. And we have an abundance of it in West Virginia and Pennsylvania and coming out of the eastern part of Ohio. Willing to share it and put it in the market to keep the prices where they should be, affordable. So the review process, as we said, has been incredibly thorough and rigorous. 8 NEPA reviews, 6 environmental impact statements, 2 environmental assessments, 3 rounds of review by the same federal agencies, FERC, Fish and Wildlife, Forest Service, and BLM, and that's a mighty lift in itself. Been before the court numerous times, 9 times to be exact, 9 times before the courts. When does it stop? When does it stop? The cost has ballooned, as I've said, doubled in price, and here we are. Now, you would think we're just trying to get this line started. It's going to be 303 miles, but guess what? 283 miles are already built. It's already laid in the ground. Now, they said there's been violations because there's sedimentation and they didn't go back and reseed. They weren't allowed to because of the court actions prohibited them from getting back on the property. It's a catch-22. They could not reclaim what they wanted to reclaim because they were taken to court, stopped it, and then they were brought to, task again for not reclaiming. If we pass this piece of legislation, within 6 months, this line will be in production. We only have 20 miles to go. That'll put 2,500 people to work. 2,500 people to work. About $40 to $50 million annually coming to the states of West Virginia and some to Virginia as it passes through. There's about 250, anywhere from $200 to $250 million that'll go to individuals who own their gas rights that are being sold and put into the line. That's every year. That's a tremendous support for the poorest parts of our country. The poorest parts of our country, the people finally are able to sell what they own, the resources, and help stabilize the prices. It'll help all people in the states that are affected. $1.2 billion in additional investment to complete the project. We have tried everything humanly possible. We really have. I just couldn't believe that we couldn't get this after what happened to the previous lines that we were trying to build to bring product to the marketplace. So there's all different people who are upset. I understand that. My good friend from Virginia, my senator friend, who we were co-governors together, and our families are very close. This doesn't affect our relationship. It doesn't affect our friendship. It doesn't affect basically us fighting for many of the same causes. But it brings a healthy discussion. Are we going to move forward in this country? Are we going to have permit reform? Are we going to be able to build the necessary transmission that it takes? I'm talking about power lines. We have the same. If anything, it takes longer for a power line. Pipelines, everything's being stopped now. It's not that they're protesting the pipe itself. It's they're protesting basically the product in the price, the gas. Now, there's a transition going on in energy throughout the country, a transition throughout the world to a certain extent. But we still cannot run our country without the gas, without the oil, and without the coal that we need for dispatchable. That means 24/7. Just gas and coal itself is over 60% of the energy that we use. In this system here, and right where we are in this beautiful capital, this is the PJM system, they call it. This is basically what distributes all the power. And it's basically all of the above. It's wind, it's solar, it's coal, it's gas. It's everything that gives the reliability that when you turn that switch on, you're going to have lights. When you turn the heat on, you're going to be warm. When you turn the air conditioner on, you're going to have comfort. If you want to cook your food, you're going to be able to do it. That's what we're able to do in America. And as that transition, there'll be a transition into new technologies that'll replace an awful lot of what we're talking about. But we're a long way away from that. And to deprive people that need this for their livelihood, to deprive them and make them pay 10 times more for a product that is abundant. It'd be different if the good Lord didn't give us the resources, but it's a shame and a sin that we don't use the resources we have to help all humankind. That's what we're talking about. And if you look at the process we've just gone through and where we are right now, what we embark on this evening, probably be here most of the night, I would assume, going through the amendments. Everybody deserves to have their say. I agree. But we've come down to the reality, and we've been here long enough understanding that this piece of legislation that we have before us has to pass. The Mountain Valley Pipeline is in that piece of legislation. It still has some review processes. We're not asking for that. We're asking that basically the things that have been done multiple times proceeds on. Proceeds on. That's all we're asking for. But with that, when you think about 3 or 4 months ago, we start talking seriously about the debt ceiling. We've got to address the debt ceiling. That's our responsibility, to address and make sure the full faith and credit of this country and the value of us having the reserve currency of the world is stable. It's stable. If we pass an amendment, or any amendment, this amendment my dear friend is going to introduce, or any amendment, we will default. It's as simple as that. We will default. Now, it'd be different if this had not gone through 8 years of scrutiny, court 9 times, been looked at any way, in every way, shape, and form. That'd be a different thing. No one's ever seen anything. We're trying to slide something through. That's not the case here. No one can accuse that of happening. So we're in a process right now of trying to move forward in this country to get the energy that we need, that we have. It was unbelievable to me when the people were thinking sometime, well, maybe we'll have Iran produce more oil. Maybe we'll have Venezuela produce more. We have it in our backyard, and we can't produce it ourselves. We want someone else to do the work that we won't do for ourselves. That's ridiculous. You can't lead that way. You can't have the rest of the world looking at you as the superpower of the world and won't do for yourself because you don't like something. We found ways through innovation, not elimination, to do it better. And we can help the rest of the world, and we can help the world global climate as it is if we work together. But I can assure you, what we have right today before us is a product that's going to help an awful lot of people. 4.5 million just in one state that depends on this product to give them some relief from the highest prices, probably about the highest prices in the country except for the Northeast. So I would say There's so much at risk right now if we move forward and would pass this amendment that would go on this bill, that would have to go back to the House with us not defaulting. We cannot take that risk. So I would ask all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, consider what we're doing, consider basically the value that this product brings, consider also the review that this product has gone through. And I think you'll find it more than adequate, more than comforting that basically we have a product that's going to do an awful lot of good for America, an awful lot of good for humankind in the States. And also, this will backfill and help us also at our ports to where we're sending LNG to our allies around the world. There's so many benefits from 2 billion cubic feet a day, 2 billion cubic feet a day that'll go into this line, helping America be energy independent. So I encourage all of my colleagues to vote respectfully against the amendment that will be offered to strip this out of the bill. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from South Carolina.
Thank you. I've been informed that shortly the majority leader will come to the floor and announce his commitment and the body's commitment to do a supplemental to make sure that the damage done by this bill is at least partially corrected. This bill puts our military behind the 8 ball. There's not 1 penny in this bill for Ukrainian assistance. As I speak tonight, Ukraine's engaged in a fight for its life. They're going on the offensive. I have high hopes in the coming days or weeks they will liberate part of their territory occupied by Russia. The assistance we have provided in a bipartisan fashion and our European allies has made all the difference in the world. We were told after the invasion, Kyiv would fall in 4 days. 600 and something days later, they're still fighting. The Russian army has been weakened and bloodied because of the weapons we have provided. I appreciate the bipartisan support to make sure we win a war in Ukraine without 1 American soldier being involved. If we can defeat Putin in Ukraine, that means China will hopefully take notice and Putin will be stopped, because if you don't stop him in Ukraine, he's going to keep going and will be in a war between NATO and Russia. So I appreciate all the hard work of the staff to make a statement to the people who are facing threats from China, from Russia, from Iran, that we have not abandoned you. There is not a dime in this bill to deal with the threats I think we face from China consistent with the threat level. There's money in this bill, but not enough. So I'm hoping that those who are watching this in Ukraine understand that Senator Schumer and McConnell are going to say in a moment, we have not abandoned you. We're going to keep helping you as you struggle to liberate your country from the war criminal Putin. Whether you believe we should be helping Ukraine or not, I do. People in this body on both sides of the aisle in the Senate understand that Putin's invasion is a defining moment of the 21st century. That if he gets away with this, there goes Taiwan, and the world will begin to crumble. The world order we've created since World War II would be jeopardized. War crimes on an industrial scale by Putin cannot be forgiven or forgotten. To the brave men and women in Ukraine, help is on the way. To the people standing up to China, living in its shadow in Taiwan, help is on the way. To the American military, who is underfunded because of this bill, help is on the way. For 3 days, I and some others have been screaming to high heaven that what the House did was wrong. It's right to want to control spending, and there's some good things in this bill, but it was wrong to give a defense number inconsistent with the threats we face. I do believe that we're on track to right some of those wrongs. To my colleagues, I'm not the perfect is the enemy of the good. I vote for my share of bipartisan bills and get crap for it like most of you. But as long as I'm here, I'm going to speak about the need of the federal government to get the defense budget right. Budgets are based on threats, not political deals. And if you think the world is safer, you've missed a lot. So hopefully in a few minutes, there will be an announcement that puts us on a course correction to undo some of the damage. And there will be a clear signal from both the leader and the minority leader, Senator McConnell, that help is on the way to those who live in the shadow of totalitarian governments and those who are on the battlefield. To my American citizen friends, I wish there were no war anywhere. I wish China wasn't the way they are. I wish the Ayatollah didn't want a nuclear weapon and would use it if he could. I wish that Putin would not have invaded Ukraine. I wish that the world was different than it is. But if you want peace and you want stability, it comes at a high price. The good news for us is not one American soldier has died evicting Russia from Ukraine. The Ukrainians have fought like tigers. It's in our national security interest to provide them the weapons and the technology to keep this fight up. Their win is our win. So I look forward to hearing the statement that I think is forthcoming. It does not fix this bill totally, but it begins to march in the right direction. To my colleagues, thank you for listening. Thank you for working with me and others. Victory for Ukraine. I yield the floor. Notice the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Leader.
I ask unanimous consent that the forum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the following joint statement between Senator McConnell and me be printed in the record.
Without objection.
I know, Mr. President, I know of no further debate on the motion to proceed.
Is there further debate? If not, the question is on adoption of the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report.
Calendar number 84, H.R. 3746, an act to provide for a responsible increase to the debt ceiling.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent that the only amendments in order be the following to H.R. 3746. Paul, 107. Braun, 91. Marshall, 110. Sullivan, 125. Hawley, 93. Kennedy, 104. Cotton, 106. Budd, 134. Lee, 98. Kane, 101. Kennedy, 102. That at 7:30 p.m., if any of these amendments have been offered, the Senate vote on the amendments in the order listed, with 60 affirmative votes required for adoption, with the exception of the Lee Amendment, the Kennedy Amendment number 102, and the Kane Amendment. That there be 2 minutes for debate equally divided prior to each vote, and with 6 minutes equally divided prior to each of the votes on the Kennedy amendments. Following disposition of the above amendments, the bill be considered read a third time, and the Senate vote on passage of the bill as amended, if amended, with 60 affirmative votes required for passage, all without intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that all votes after the first be 10-minute votes in length.
Without objection.
I am pleased, so pleased, to announce that both sides have just locked in an agreement that enables the Senate to pass legislation tonight avoiding default. For the information of my colleagues, this is what will happen on the floor. In a few minutes, the Senate will begin holding votes on 11 amendments, 10 from the Republican side and 1 from the Democratic side. To finish our work tonight, after the first amendment, we are limiting each vote to 10 minutes. So I ask my colleagues to stay in their seats or near the floor during the votes. Let's keep this process moving quickly. After we finish voting on the amendments, we are immediately considering final passage, and by passing this bill, we will avoid default tonight. America can breathe a sigh of relief, because in this process, we are avoiding default. From the start, avoiding default has been our North Star. The consequences of default would be catastrophic. It would almost certainly cause another recession. It would be a nightmare for our economy and millions of American families. It would take years to recover from. But for all the ups and downs and twists and turns it took to get here, it is so good for this country that both parties have come together at last to avoid default. I thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for their cooperation. Let's finish the job and send this very important bipartisan bill to the President's desk tonight. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Initiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I call up amendment to number 107 and ask that it be reported by number.
Clerk will report by number.
The senator from Kentucky, Mr. Paul, proposes an amendment numbered 107.
The Biden-McCarthy debt deal will do nothing to avert the looming debt crisis. A debt deal that creates no limits to the debt accumulation over 2 years is not fiscally responsible and should be rejected. My amendment replaces the spending caps with caps that balance the budget in 5 years and limits the extension of debt to $500 billion, and I urge a yes vote.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Respect to my colleague, I strongly urge a no vote. This amendment would create catastrophic damage throughout the federal economy, with spending cuts as much as 37% by 2028, putting federal programs like Medicare, Medicaid, border security, and transportation into extremely difficult circumstances. This is not the America that Americans expect, and we should not allow this vote to pass.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Newhoff, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. O'Connell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Patillo, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Red, Mr. Romney, Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, White House, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Crapo, Gaines, Ernst, Hall, Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: Collins, Kramer, Durbin, Grant, Grassley, Hickenlooper, Kane, King, Merkley, Oswald, Padilla, Ricketts, Brown, Schatz, Schumer, Scott of Florida, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Thune, Tillis, Whitehouse, Wicker. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Tester, no. Mr. Rubio, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Vance, no. Mr. Cardin, No. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Romney, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Brown, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Carper, no.
Vice President.
Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Casey, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mrs. Brett, aye. Mr. Manchin, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Young, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Van Hollen. No. Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sanders. No.
On this vote, the yeas are 21, the nays are 75. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this amendment, the amendment is not agreed to.
President.
The Senate will be in order.
Mr. President.
The Senate is not in order. The Senate will be in order.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. About an hour ago, I entered a statement into the record, and I'd like to read it so the members can hear it. I want to also dispel rumors and reassure our friends across the world about the Senate's commitment and ability to respond to emerging threats and needs. This debt ceiling deal does nothing to limit the Senate's ability to appropriate emergency supplemental funds to ensure our military capabilities are sufficient to deter China, Russia, and our other adversaries, and respond to ongoing and growing national security threats, including Russia's evil ongoing war of aggression against Ukraine, our competition ongoing with China and its growing threat to Taiwan, Iranian threats to American interests and those of our partners in the Middle East or any other emerging security crisis. Nor does this debt ceiling limit the Senate's ability to appropriate emergency supplemental funds to respond to various national issues, such as disaster relief, combating the fentanyl crisis, or other issues of national importance. I know a strong bipartisan majority of senators stands ready to receive and process emergency funding requests from the administration. The Senate is not about to ignore our national needs, nor abandon our friends and allies who face urgent threats from America's most dangerous adversaries. I yield the floor. No. Mr. President, I want to remind members we were indulgent in the first vote. That's over. We're doing 10-minute votes. Please stay in your seats so we can finish this bill in a reasonable hour.
Duly noted.
Mr. President,
The senator from Indiana.
I call up my amendment number 91 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report the amendment by number.
The senator from Indiana, Mr. Braun, proposes an amendment numbered 91.
This should be
There are now 2 minutes of debate equally divided.
This should be the easiest vote of the night. This is to take default off the table in future endeavors like this. This simply says that when we get notice that extraordinary measures are going to be incorporated, that happened in January, I believe, of this year. X date is this Monday, that if we do not do a bill that either raises the amount, changes the date, ideally with reforms, that on the X date, after we've had 5 to 6 months to do it, we have 1% cuts across the board on discretionary spending. It's the No Default Act. We should not be risking default. This would be simple, gives us plenty of time, puts a little incentive. If you reach the X date, you're going to be encouraged to do it by then. If not, it would happen again in 30 days. I ask your support. Let's not default when we engage this same dynamic in the future.
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I rise in opposition to the senator's amendment, which would lead to more reckless brinkmanship, more arbitrary cuts by permanently rescinding 1% of discretionary appropriations every 30 days during a debt ceiling crisis. This makes no sense. Rewarding brinksmanship by slashing funding that our families and our communities and our troops depend on is an absolutely dangerous way to govern. Members on both sides of the aisle have come to the floor to air legitimate grievances about this process and the outcome of this debt limit deal. Nobody likes the position we are in today. Nobody. Passing this amendment would prove we have learned nothing. We do not need to create new opportunities for hostage-taking and cuts that would seriously undermine our economy, our families, our future, and our global leadership. We just need to do our job. Right now, we have to pass this bill to avoid a catastrophic default. I will be voting no. I urge my colleagues to do the same.
All time has expired. The questions on the amendment.
Mr. President, ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun.
Yes.
Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Thank you. I did, thank you. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Thank you. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. I'm sorry, you're not. Thanks. Yep. Mrs. Feinstein. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Thanks. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Sorry. Who? No, I did not. Okay. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Mr. Romney. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker,
3.5 minutes left.
Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Braun, Britt, Budd, Cornyn, Crapo, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Grassley, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Marshall, Moran, Mullen, Paul, Risch, Rubio, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Tuberville, and Vance. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Bozeman, Brown, Cantwell, Capito, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Kramer, Duckworth, Durbin, Gillibrand, Graham, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Hoven, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Manchin, McConnell, Menendez, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Ricketts, Romney, Rosen, Rounds, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Tillis, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wicker, Wyden, and Young. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Lummis? Aye. I have you. I have you. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Thank you. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Where? Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Markey, no.
Now you got to get a count. We're not going to do bullet.
On this vote, there are 35 yeas, 62 nays. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this amendment, the amendment is not agreed to. It's majority.
That was 12 minutes. We're getting down to 10. Everyone should be here. Call the vote.
Madam President.
Senator from Kansas is recognized, and the Senate is not in order. Will you please keep your comments quiet?
I call it my amendment number 110 and ask that it be reported by number.
Without objection.
Madam President, I rise in support of Marshall Amendment 110 to put an end.
Senator will suspend. Clerk will report.
Senator from Kansas, Mr. Marshall, proposes an amendment numbered 110.
Senator is recognized.
Madam President, I rise in support of Marshall Amendment 110 to put an end to the culture of lawlessness at our southern border embraced by our President. I cannot in good conscience support this debt limit deal and saddle my grandchildren with this $4 trillion in additional debt. This bill misses the mark, and perhaps what's more frustrating is that it does not give a single cent to securing our border. $0 to addressing the greatest, most immediate national security threat to our nation. This past weekend alone, the Border Patrol made over 13,000 apprehensions. There were over 4,000 gotaways, and they seized 118 pounds of meth, 14 pounds of fentanyl, and apprehended 6 sex offenders and 5 gang members. We have a crisis unfolding at our southern border, and it's happening right now in plain sight. And it's impacting every community across the country. I will not sit here, form committees, and pray about it. We need action today.
Senator's time has expired.
I'm proud to introduce our amendment today and hope you will vote yes and support it. Thank you.
Madam President.
Senator from Illinois.
We had a hearing this week in the Judiciary Committee. We had a grower from South Carolina at the guest of Senator Graham. He professes to be the second largest peach grower in America. I asked him point blank, if you had E-Verify on your farm today, what would happen to you and the growers who need workers? He said we'd be out of business tomorrow. That's what your amendment does. It imposes E-Verify on farmers in Kansas and Illinois and all across the United States. We're not ready for this. You're going to put them out of business. And secondly, it strips away all the protections of unaccompanied children at the border. We do not want kids in cages anymore at the border. Please vote against this amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Is there a sufficient second? There is a sufficient second. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, you're not. Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Braun, Britt, Budd, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moran, Mullen, Murkowski, Ricketts, Risch, Romney, Rounds, Rubio, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Tuberville, Wicker, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Manchin, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Paul, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Tester, no. Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Thune.
18 seconds over 10 minutes. Yeah.
Aye. Mr. Vance, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 46, the nays are 51. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this amendment, the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam President,
Majority Leader's recommendation.
10 minutes, 40 seconds. We got 40 seconds to go, and we can get it all at 10.
Senator from Alaska is recognized.
Madam President, I call up my amendment number 125 and ask that it be reported by number.
Clerk will report.
Senator
Madam
from
President.
Alaska, Mr. Sullivan proposes an amendment numbered 125.
Madam President, the Fiscal Responsibility Act unfortunately does not meet the moment in terms of defending our nation. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs and others have said we are now in the most dangerous period since any time since World War II, and yet this bill cuts defense spending in inflation-adjusted terms by approximately 3% this year and 5% next year. By endorsing the President's defense budget, this bill shrinks the Navy, shrinks the Army, and shrinks the Marine Corps. Next year, it will take us below 3% of GDP spending for the first time in 25 years. My amendment does what the Armed Services Committee and this chamber have done in a broad bipartisan manner over the past 2 years. It significantly pluses up the inadequate defense budget submitted by the President. My amendment fully funds the Biden Pentagon's unfunded priorities list by $18 billion.
The senator's time has expired.
And it raises, Madam President, I ask unanimous request for 30 seconds more.
Is there an objection?
And for FY25, it raises the defense top line by 5% to simply keep pace with inflation. These increases are offset by rescinding the additional amounts from the President's $80 billion plus-up of the IRS. So, my colleagues, the choice is clear. More Navy ships, soldiers, and Marines to protect America, or more IRS agents to harass Americans. I urge a yes vote on this important amendment.
Senator's time has expired.
Madam President,
Senator from Oregon is recognized.
I oppose the gentleman's amendment, and Senate Democrats will keep this chamber on time. There are 3 important reasons to vote against this amendment. First, it would be an even bigger Republican handout to wealthy tax cheats, nearly $200 billion. Second, at a time when Congress is supposed to be debating fiscal responsibility, this amendment double counts billions and billions of dollars by increasing the deficit with more spending on defense contractors and bigger handouts to wealthy tax cheats. Finally, this Senate should focus on better service to taxpayers, improved information technology, and ending the free ride once and for all for wealthy tax cheats. I urge colleagues to oppose the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Got you. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. I'm sorry. Thank you. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Long queue. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Braun, did you want to vote on this amendment? Okay. I got you. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Mr. Mullen. Thank you. Yep. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith. Ms. Stabenow. Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Vance. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Braun, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moran, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Romney, Rounds, Rubio, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sinema, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Manchin, Markey, Menendez, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Vance, aye. Mr. Coons, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 48.
Cost us trillions of dollars.
The Senate is not in order. On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 48. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this amendment, the amendment is not agreed to.
40 seconds. Let's keep going.
Madam President.
Senator from Missouri is recognized.
Madam President, in the last 20 years in the state of Missouri, I call up my amendment, number 93, and I ask that it be reported by number. Start with that.
Clerk will report.
Senator from Missouri, Mr. Hawley, proposes an amendment numbered 93.
Madam President, in the last 20 years in the state of Missouri, we have lost 60,000 jobs to the People's Republic of China. That number nationwide is almost 4 million. Our trade deficit with China, as we stand here tonight, is at near record levels, and every dollar of that deficit represents blue-collar jobs destroyed, industry shuttered, manufacturing capacity withering away. I'd submit to you that it is the most important deficit that we face. And we can talk about budget reforms and we can talk about savings here and there, but until we do the work of bringing back productive capacity to this nation and good-paying blue-collar jobs you can raise a family on, we will not put our economy on the basis that we need to address the economic challenges that we face. So my amendment does something very simple. It imposes across-the-board tariffs on China for every year in which we have a trade deficit until that deficit is zero. Bring back jobs to this country.
Senator's time has expired. Senator from Ohio.
Madam President, I rise in opposition to the amendment. As my colleagues know, I take a back seat to no one when it comes to standing up to China. Lindsey Graham and I have been fighting to close the trade deficit for decades. I went to junior high at Johnny Appleseed Junior High in Mansfield, Ohio, with the sons and daughters of machinists and IUE members and steel workers and auto workers and carpenters and millwrights and plumbers and pipe fitters and operating engineers. By the time I was 10 years later, most of these jobs were gone, and so much of industrial America all over the country has been lost because of bad trade policy with China. But you know, Madam President, the People's Republic of China would love for us to pass this amendment, because if it passes, the United States of America will default. They will be rejoicing in Beijing. Stand up to China, vote no on this amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein, Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Rono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul,
Did you ever see that Barbara Walters interview? Was he twinking while you were working? So whenever I hear this, I start going, who's twinking?
Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed,
I don't even know who she was interviewing. I can't even remember because it was
Mr.
so
Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock,
Well, maybe somebody will screw us. Yeah, I don't want that. Well, I mean, I'm not looking forward to 7 a.m.
Ms. Warren,
That's what's great about you. Well, that's true. I will be up. I feel like we need to have a
Mr. Welch,
like my pajamas.
Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Braun, Britt, Graham, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Lummis, Marshall, Mullen, Ricketts, Rubio, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Tuberville, Vance. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Barrasso, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Bozeman, Brown, Budd, Cantwell, Capito, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Collins, Coons, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Duckworth, Durbin, Ernst, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Grassley, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Homan, Johnson, Kane, Kelly, Kennedy, King, Klobuchar, Langford, Lee, Lujan, Manchin, Markey, McConnell, Merkley, Moran, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Paul, Peters, Reed, Romney, Rosen, Rounds, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Sullivan, Tester, Thune, Tillis, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wicker, Young. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Cruz? Mr. Cruz? No. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez? No.
On this vote, the yeas are 17, the nays are 81. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this amendment, the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam President. We're slipping a little. 11 minutes. Let's stay in our seats.
Senator from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam President, could we have order in the Senate?
The Senate is not in order.
Madam President, I call up my amendment number 104 and ask that it be reported by number.
Clerk, report the amendment by number.
Senator from Louisiana, Mr. Kennedy, proposes an amendment numbered 104.
Madam President.
The Senate will be noticed that there are 6 minutes equally divided for this amendment under the previous agreement.
Madam President.
Senator from Louisiana.
The American people are the most generous people in the world. In our country, if you are hungry, we will feed you. If you are homeless, we will try to house you. If you're sick, we'll pay for your doctor. And I'm very proud of that, and I know you are too. Could we have order, Madam President?
The Senate is not in order. Please take your conversations to the cloakroom.
However, Madam President, those who can work should work. Those who can work should work. A person without a job is not healthy, not happy, and not free. And history has demonstrated that the best social program is a job. The best social program is a job. Free enterprise has lifted more people out of poverty than all the social programs put together. So while we should continue to be generous to our neighbors as Americans, we also need to repeat and repeat often. Those who can work should work. My amendment would make the food stamp work requirement in this bill permanent. It would remove the sunset. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, the great news is we have a robust economy growing, more small businesses opening, the lowest unemployment rate in a generation, and we all want people to be able to work. Let me speak to the reality of what is in this bill. First of all, we have had work requirements for people who are single adults with no dependents since the 90s. If you don't work, if you're not in school, the most you can qualify for is 3 months worth of SNAP within 3 years. That's current law. $6 a day is what we're talking about. This bill extends that out in terms of the age of the number of people required to be in school or in work, with certainly important exemptions for our seniors, for our veterans, and our homeless. And it's in place till 2030. So here's my question. How do you tell your constituents that you're willing to default, create a catastrophic default now that will raise their unemployment, cost us jobs, raise interest rates, and so on, because you want to change something that's going to be in place till 2030. 2030, we've got plenty of time to revisit it at that point. This is a bipartisan agreement. I would just suggest it's very irresponsible for us to change something here that we know the House is gone, we're going to go into default, we make a change and say it's because we wanted something to be extended beyond 2030. I would suggest we give this a chance, evaluate it. I would suggest we vote no.
Is there further debate?
Yes, Madam President.
The Senate has 1 minute, 11 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I think we all know that the June 5 deadline is a fiction. It is. We know that. We know that the Treasury Secretary can take special measures to extend the deadline until the middle of June, when tax revenues will come in. I understand the need to go ahead and act, but we all know that. Let me say it again, Madam President. Those who can work should work. Those who can work should work. And that's all my amendment does. Thank you, Madam President.
Is there further debate? Not. The question is on the amendment. Is there sufficient second? Appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly. Thank you. Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Braun, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Hoeven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moran, Mullen, Paul, Risch, Romney, Rounds, Rubio, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Vance, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Manchin, Markey, Menendez, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Ricketts, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 46, the nays are 51. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this amendment, the amendment is not agreed to.
10.5 minutes. We're getting a little better than last time. Let's get it down to 10. Stay here. We're all getting to know each other nicely.
The senator from Arkansas is recognized. If we could, the senator from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam President, I call up my amendment 106 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Arkansas, Mr. Cotton, proposes an amendment numbered 106.
Colleagues, this bill has budget caps for domestic and defense spending. I don't like the defense number in this year. I like it even less next year. That's why I'm opposing it. But it also has a much worse provision. It has a 1% automatic reduction. That is based on last year's omnibus, not the caps on this bill. Let me restate that. Last year's omnibus, not this bill. So if we go to a continuing resolution on October 1, which we almost always do, domestic spending will go up by $61 billion, while defense goes down by $27 billion. Not the caps in this bill. If the sequester of 1% kicks in, domestic spending will go up by $61 billion, and defense will go down by $37 billion. Progressives will get more welfare for grown men who refuse to work while defense is slashed. Think about the incentives this gives to the Democratic leader when it comes to appropriations bills. I ask for a simple change in this amendment. The caps or the sequester should be based on the caps that you're about to agree to, not last year's spending bill. I yield the floor.
Senator from Washington
Madam
is
President,
recognized.
I rise in opposition to the senator's amendment. Our defense spending is critical, but so are our investments to combat fentanyl, rebuild American manufacturing, especially for things like chips, improve access to childcare, early learning, and a lot more. We cannot shortchange our investments in families and our country's future, and the underlying bill will already force painful cuts. This amendment would make it so the consequences of failing to pass our appropriations bills falls heavily on our non-defense programs, and that will hurt our families across the country. Let me be clear, we will not let that happen. None of us want to end up in a situation where we have a CR in the first place. That is exactly why I am committed to making sure we write the strongest 12 funding bills possible and get them passed in a timely way. This amendment would set us back even further and target the programs that are a lifeline for working people in this country. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
The question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be a sufficient second. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mr. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema,
Or even a lozenge.
Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow,
Thank you.
Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Braun, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, McConnell, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Romney, Rounds, Rubio, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Vance, and Wicker. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Feinstein, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Lujan, Manchin, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 51. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this amendment, the amendment is not agreed to. Who seeks recognition? Senator from North Carolina is recognized. Senate is not in order.
Madam President, I ask to call up Senate Amendment 134 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report by number.
Senator from North Carolina, Mr. Budd, proposes amendment number 134.
Madam President, I ask the Senate be in order.
The Senate is not in order. Please take your conversations to the cloakroom.
Thank you, Madam President. On March 13th of 2020, the federal government declared a national emergency concerning the COVID-19 pandemic. More than 3 years later, on May 11th, 2023, that declaration ended. And yet to this day, billions of COVID dollars throughout the federal government remain unspent. So let's be clear. Each and every one of those dollars came from a hard-working taxpayer, from a working family's budget. That's why my amendment would rescind an additional $17 billion of unspent COVID money. If we really want the Fiscal Responsibility Act to live up to its name, the least we can do is to rescind the taxpayer dollars that remain to fight a pandemic that everyone knows is over. Every taxpayer dollar is sacred and should be treated that way. I yield the floor.
Morgan is recognized.
I rise in opposition. And Madam President, the bipartisan package importantly negotiated between Speaker McCarthy and President Biden in fact makes specific rescissions to unused COVID funds while protecting important funding for programs that are still necessary to support our communities. This amendment, colleagues, goes beyond the McCarthy-Biden agreement. This amendment would take an axe to nearly all of the funding in the Recovery Act and several other COVID bills, even if the communities are still depending or planning on using that money. Blue states or red states, pass this amendment and you risk default. I strongly urge a vote against this amendment.
The question is on the amendment. The senator has 5 seconds.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Thank you. I got you. Thank you. Thanks. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Did he say no? Thank you. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey. Thank you. Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Thanks. Thank you. Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Braun, Britt, Budd, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Hoeven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moran, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Romney, Rounds, Rubio, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Vance, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Padilla? Mr. Lee, aye. I did. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Cantwell, Cardin, Harper, Casey, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Feinstein, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Lujan, Manchin, Markey, Menendez, Merkley, Murkowski, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 52. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this amendment, the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam President.
920. Let's beat it.
Madam President.
Senator from Utah's.
Madam President, I call my amendment number 98 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report by number.
The senator from Utah, Mr. Lee, proposes an amendment number 98.
Madam President, this amendment is simple. It strikes Section 265 of this bill. Section 263 creates a regulatory pay-go measure. But Section 265 nullifies that by giving outright complete discretion to the director of OMB, who, by the way, just announced day before yesterday from the White House that she would use this effectively to nullify the regulatory pay-as-you-go measure. Please support my amendment. I yield the rest of my time to the senator from Louisiana.
Madam President.
Senator from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam President, it's late and I will be candid. To my colleagues, I say that not a single one of you is a dummy. Not a single one of your mothers raised a fool. And if she did, it was one of your siblings. We all know that a pay-go requirement for a regulation that can be waived by the proponent of the regulation is meaningless. This amendment will provide that the pay-go requirement
Senator's
cannot
time
be
has
waived.
expired.
Madam President.
Senator from Michigan is recognized.
Madam President, the Lee Amendment is an unnecessary roadblock to this bipartisan deal, and it would interfere with the delivery of essential government services in times of need. If adopted, this amendment would prevent agencies from exercising discretion and acting quickly in times of need, such as during a national emergency or natural disaster. The government must be able to provide essential services to the public, and it's important to promote offsets and save taxpayer dollars. We understand that, but we must also ensure that the American people receive the services they need and protect our economy. And that's why we must vote to quickly pass this bipartisan bill without amendment to avoid a catastrophic default. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the Lee amendment.
Question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein. Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moran, Mullen, Murkowski, Ricketts, Risch, Romney, Rounds, Rubio, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Paul, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Feinstein, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Manchin, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Braun, Aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Vance. Mr. Vance, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye.
The yeas are 48, the nays are 51. The amendment is not agreed to. Senator from Virginia is recognized.
Amendment 101 and ask that be reported by number.
Clerk will report by number.
Senator from Virginia, Mr. Kane, proposes amendment number 101.
I ask unanimous consent that there be 4 minutes equally divided prior to the vote on my amendment, with Senators Capito and Manchin each controlling 1 minute in opposition.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam President, I rise to offer an amendment that would do something.
The Senate is not in order. The senator will hold, please. Will senators please take their conversations to the cloakroom?
I rise to offer an amendment to strip a single provision out of this bill, the provision greenlighting the Mountain Valley Pipeline. I offer my amendment for 3 reasons. First, this provision that would put Congress's thumb on a permitting scale is completely unrelated to the debt ceiling and should not be included in this bill. Second,
the Senate is not in order. Please take your conversations to the cloakroom.
Second, I object on behalf of Virginia landowners. If you could build a pipeline in midair, that's one thing, but the only way to build it is to use eminent domain to take people's land. Virginians don't want to have their land taken for a pipeline unless there is a thorough process where they have all the rights accorded to them by law, administrative agency, and judicial review. Cutting off those rights is disrespectful to these landowners who, in this part of the state, sometimes land's all they have and it's been in their family for generations. Finally, this bill would strip jurisdiction of a case away from the Fourth Circuit in the middle of the case. That's unprecedented and historic. I used to try cases all the time in this circuit. I lost them and I would appeal them. But I wouldn't try to get Congress to strip jurisdiction away from the court because I was unhappy. No everyday person gets this deal. No criminal defendant gets this deal. No small business gets this deal. Nobody gets this deal, and we shouldn't give it to some company just because they're powerful and they have influence in Congress. For these reasons, I ask for a yes vote on my amendment.
Madam President?
Senator from West Virginia is recognized.
Yes. Madam President, I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. This Mountain Valley Pipeline is an important infrastructure. It has been vetted numerous times. It has all permits that are from the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality, the Fish and Wildlife, the Bureau of Land Management. These are all permits through both administrations, both Biden and Trump administrations, that have already been offered. They are in a judicial hellhole right now where they can't get out. This is absolutely essential to the Eastern Seaboard. It is jobs and tax revenues in the state of West Virginia, and I think this is an opportunity for us to cut through this red tape and move forward with a very essential infrastructure package.
Madam President.
Senator from West Virginia.
Madam President, I also rise in opposition. 8 years, 3 administrations, this project has been under review. 8 times NEPA, 8 times between NEPA reviews, 3 times to every agency. This has been reviewed more than anything in the United States of America. The people in this southeastern part of the country, especially in the Carolinas, are paying sometimes 10 times more for gas because of the shortages during severe weather. This is critical for the people of this country. If you believe in energy security, if you believe in energy independence, and you believe that we should be the superpower of the world, this helps us do that. It puts more product in the market than anything that we have available. This will be up and running in 6 months. 6 months. Already 293 miles are already built. We only have 20 more miles to go to finish it. It's time to finish this project. Please vote no on this amendment by my friend, who we respectfully disagree with. Thank you.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Cotton, aye.
Thank you. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. I did, sorry. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein. Mr. Fetterman. Ms. Fisher. You're in now. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Cardin, Cotton, Graham, Heinrich, Johnson, Kane, Lee, Marshall, Menendez, Merkley, Paul, Sanders, Van Hollen, Warner, and Warren. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Barrasso, Bennett, Blackburn, Britt, Brown, Capito, Casey, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Durbin, Ernst, Feinstein, Fetterman, Fisher, Gillibrand, Grassley, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Hoeven, Heidsmith, Kelly, King, Lankford, Manchin, McConnell, Moran, Mullen, Murkowski, Murray, Ossoff, Ricketts, Risch, Romney, Rounds, Rubio, Schatz, Schmidt, Schumer, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Shaheen, Sinema, Stabenow, Sullivan, Tester, Thune, Tillis, Warnock, and Wicker. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Vance, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Young, no. Padilla, Rosen. Five. You're in, right? Mr. Carper, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Yep. But now I gotta, God bless it.
Nobody.
Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 30, the nays are 69. The amendment is not agreed to. Senator from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam President, could we have order?
Senate is not in order.
Madam President, I call up my amendment number 102 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report by number.
Senator from Louisiana, Mr. Kennedy, proposes an amendment numbered 102.
And on this amendment, there is 6 minutes equally divided.
Madam President.
Senator from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, this is the last amendment of the evening. I have 3 minutes. I can read a room and I can count votes. This amendment would require states to use the most up-to-date unemployment data for waivers of food stamp work requirements. Thank you.
Madam President.
Senator from Michigan is recognized.
Madam President, I will be equally brief. The good news is it's already required by law. This is a total duplication. States must already provide up-to-date employment data in order to measure if they hit a 10% unemployment rate in order to get a state waiver. This is unnecessary. Please do not risk a default of our country on language that is already in the law. Would you accept a voice vote? Would my friend accept a voice vote?
Madam President.
Senator from Louisiana is recognized.
I will accept a voice vote.
Thank you.
The question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. No. The amendment is not agreed to. Under the previous...
President, first, I want to thank everybody for cooperating. I think we got the most votes in the least time. Second, and more importantly, we're about to vote on something so important to the country, and so many of us on both sides of the aisle will know that if we do this, we will not default. That is very, very important. Thank you for your cooperation. The next vote is Tuesday at 5 p.m. 5:30, excuse me.
Under the previous order, the bill is considered read a third time. The question occurs on the passage of H.R. 3746. Is there a sufficient second? There is a sufficient second. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Bozeman, Brown, Cantwell, Capito, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Collins, Coons, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Kramer, Duckworth, Durbin, Ernst, Feinstein, Gillibrand, Grassley, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Hoven, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Manchin, McConnell, Menendez, Mullen, Murkowski, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Romney, Rosen, Rounds, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Thune, Tillis, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden, Young. Mr. Moran, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Blackburn, Braun, Budd, Cotton, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Fetterman, Fisher, Graham, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Markey, Marshall, Merkley, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rubio, Sanders, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Tuberville, Vance, Warren, Wicker. Mr. Barrasso, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Cassidy, no.
Yes.
On this vote, the yeas are 63, the nays are 36. The 60-vote threshold having been achieved, the bill is passed. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.